Okay, welcome to launch coverage of the SpaceX Falcon 9 Crew-10 launch, EJ's launch coverage, that is. How you doing, guys? We are picking up the count here at T-minus 3 minutes and 36 seconds. And, yeah, we'll jump right into the coverage here. So if you don't know, Crew-10 is an ISS rotation mission. It's launching three astronauts and one cosmonaut. I was about to say 4 astronauts to the International Space Station, and right now they are getting suited up for a launch at 7:48, I believe. 7:48 Eastern Time out of Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to bring you into the live coverage here. Here we go. Let's
the crew to be there with our boss and
pop
just
them
to,
in there.
you know, enjoy one of these traditions along the
audio
way. I
up
think
and
it's
balanced.
one of the things that keeps it special.
Hey, Laser, 45-month resub. So what they're doing, what the crew's doing right here, they play a card game, and they play basically until they win to get all the loses, all the L's out of the way, so that you have no bad luck today. So there's a shot of Falcon 9 poised on the pad at 39A, and crew is already suited up and ready to go. They've done suit lead checks, and the card game was the last thing they do at the operations and checkout building. So now they're going to make their way to the elevator, down to the cars to get to that thing to go to launch. Once again, we're T-minus 3 minutes and 35 hours. 3 hours, 35 minutes. 3 minutes, 35 hours. It's a good way to, that's a good, but I can time, I swear. So we're I almost did it again. 3 hours, 35 minutes and 10 seconds away from a launch here.
A hydraulic issue out at the pad with some ground equipment related to the clamp arm. So they got a crew out there that's working that. They made the crew aware, and so we'll wait an update on the progress of that work. Otherwise, everything else is good. The spacecraft is good. The launch vehicle is good.
Interesting.
An interesting note now about
I just said
Crew-10.
that.
After the long-duration mission is complete, fast-forwarding to the end of their mission, Crew-10 will be the first NASA commercial crew mission to target a return splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Yep.
NASA and SpaceX have been working together towards the certification and readiness for Dragon recoveries on the west coast of the United States. Since 2019, Dragon recoveries have been like this, primarily occurring off the Florida coast. SpaceX is moving Dragon recovery operations to off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean now, which is comparable to the first 21 Dragon missions. Crew splashdown locations are on your screen now. You see the map. They will be near Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego, California. Cool. The crew recovery vessel, Shannon, will be stationed in Long Beach, California to support the new operations. This will establish this capability that improves public safety. NASA and SpaceX worked for months establishing a number of things. So they had to get new sites, obtain regulatory approvals. They performed engine assessments, software changes, tabletop exercises, and flight rule updates. So a lot went into this to move this operation out to California. Crew 9 is still targeted to come home the way that we traditionally do, near Florida, off the coast. But this is a change for Crew 10.
Yeah, and that vessel named Shannon, that's after NASA astronaut Shannon Walker. These ships have actually been named after astronauts that have flown on the Dragon vehicles. So another nice touch that we like, and that's steeped with tradition.
Guys, I'm going to switch off NASA Plus. I'm going to switch to YouTube.
You can see Anne McLean signing just underneath her patch, and there's Vapor doing the same thing. This is signing the mission patch across from the suit room that we were talking about earlier. So one of the traditions that we've started as we're getting gearing up for our flight. They'll also likely, or they actually did already place a sticker at the exit, and may or may not do another one, I think, as they're heading out. I think that one is not necessarily done anymore. I like the other tradition of the license plates. We'll probably get a view of that one. Maybe we can save that commentary for when they see them come out.
Yes, indeed. Now, were you able to go out there and see the signing of the patch?
No, I'm not sure exactly when that signing occurred.
This was a different one.
Yeah, WD, what's up, man? We should get some good images here. Okay.
You mentioned the license plate.
So that door right there is the shot of the egress door from the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. I'm sure if you're familiar with spaceflight in any way, shape, or form, you've probably seen astronauts walking out of a building, waving to everybody, and getting in a car and going to the launch pad. Every one of those walkouts since 1968 have been through that door. Every NASA crewed mission has gone out that door. Pretty cool, huh? That includes Apollo 11, STS-1, first shuttle mission, STS-135, the last shuttle mission. This building here is basically, it serves as an astronaut quarantining zone because they figured out after Apollo 7, you don't really want to get sick before you launch into space. So the operations and checkout building serves as a quarantine zone for astronauts and a basically a place to stay and suit up before you launch into space. And it's been serving that function for over 50 years. Flight path is over the UK. Tweaky, it's gonna fly over Shannon. Technically, I know that's Ireland, but yeah, I mean, if it's gonna fly over there, you'd probably be able to see it from like Cornwall or something. Maybe even into the Midlands if you looked like south. Nice.
Who came up with that? Do you know?
I'm not sure whose idea it was. I remember for Crew-2, there were 3 different ones. There was reduce, reuse, and recycle.
Okay. Certainly a nod to the...
Why wouldn't you make the I the one and not the T? It's liftoff. No, it's not. That's not lead speak. That says that says lifey off.
For the distance, it'll take them down to the ground floor.
Why not make the I the one?
Doors and into the vehicles that you see there.
And the O a 0. Why pick a letter that doesn't look like a number?
The person they asked for Crew-2, that was a super exciting moment for me
too
because
10.
you actually get to ride in the vehicles with the crew.
Okay.
And that ride out to the pad. This one was at night, so I feel like it was even a little bit more dramatic. You know, the lights are off, and it's all dark outside.
Crew-10. Yeah, that makes more sense.
And the crew, I'm sure, I don't know what the selections were, but the crew selects their playlist, so they have some, motivating pump-up type music that they'll play as they make that final ride out to the launch pad.
Wait till Crew 11.
I think that playlist put together.
I think I know that dude and that dude. Pretty sure I've seen them before. All right. Here comes the walkout.
I asked Ann about that, and she said that each person picks 3 songs, and she's guessing that the playlist will be quite diverse. They have, the international crew.
We got 2 NASA astronauts on board, a Japanese astronaut, and a Russian cosmonaut.
Of some sort. Maybe some King and Country. Mix it up with some Pink, Brandy Carlisle, or Callum Scott.
Sounds like Ann.
Is that
pretty classic. Classic Ann McLean right there. So outside, some of their closest family members are gathered, and a few of our, important personnel, management side for NASA and SpaceX.
It looks like John
So it's
Krause
another
right
cool
there.
last moment to have that final interaction and, real exchange some words, see your loved ones before you head off to the launch pad. Very special moment. A lot of emotions running strong for sure.
I'm certain.
Everything's good, Chief. Yeah. You need to replace the meatball. It looks faded. Yeah. Yep.
It used to be that they could make a final phone call from the launch tower Not sure if they're still doing that.
Yeah, we're not doing those phone calls anymore. That was what in that previous ASP footage, that was one of the things that I was doing as a support person is there's that old school phone there up in the tower and you dial the numbers for the crew members and they make that kind of final call. But it wasn't really something that was as pertinent as it was back in the day now that, you're kind of in comms with your cell phone up until the very last minute. So yeah, something that we're not doing any longer.
And there's a grand view from up high here at the Kennedy Space Center, the operations and checkout building, where we will document the journey from the ONC to Launch Pad 39A.
Is this
It's
different
about a
than
20-minute drive?
the one we launched
give
the
or
other
take,
day? This is
depending
a
on how
totally
fast they
different
go.
rocket. Yep.
But the good news is they get a security escort, so there's no need to stop at any stoplights.
Right, you got to make it a little bit more dramatic, with the sirens blaring
awesome,
and the
rocket
different
science.
colors. It adds to the whole
Ooh.
atmosphere.
Why is this camera doing this?
I asked Nicole what she would be playing,
Yeah,
and she
Shadow
says,
Man.
I'm terrible at picking favorites, so she hasn't decided. So she'll probably be listening to whatever Ann McLean is listening to. Takoya and Kirill, they're going to share a ride, and they chose 2 songs together. Takoya said since he likes to watch musicals, he's going to pick Defying Gravity as one of his favorites. It'll also be a traditional Russian song, one that every Soyuz crew listens to before their launch. I imagine you may have heard it.
Oh, yes, I know exactly the song. I will be excited to hear that one. That brings back a lot of nostalgic memories for really everybody that's flown on the Soyuz.
Hey, Plasmic, you're up
So
in
that's
Nova
great. I'm glad that
Scotia,
they're
bud. Any
including
chance I
that.
could see stage 2?
It's great to have those shared
If you
international
look-
traditions.
Plasmic, we're getting late in the day. I mean, the launch is going to be at 7. If you look, are you near the coast at all, dude? Because, you have the same problem that I have. Because I'm down in Boston. I'm not that far from you. There's the crew walking out. Trees get in the way. For you, it's going to be low on the horizon. You're going to need to look southwest. Maybe like 20 degrees up in the sky. Actually, it might be a little bit higher than that. Maybe like 45. But yeah, you should be able to see it. But the problem is that the second stage is going to shut off. Well, it's kind of coming up over the horizon for you. This is the problem that I have. Miko is right over my house. So, well, not over my house, but close enough. Second stage engine cutoff is like right above us. So it gets really difficult to track it when the engine shuts off. It's really hard to see. So yeah, look low-ish southwest. You should be able to see it. But that kind of depends on where you are in Nova Scotia, You're Halifax. All right, yeah. Southwest, I'd say like maybe heading like 215 maybe, something like that. Should be able to see it. You hope you could see it in Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be low on the horizon. North for you though, Shadow Man. Hey Cammy, what's going on? What direction for you?
2 astronauts, 1
East.
cosmonaut, and a JAXA astronaut.
You're probably, Graham, it'll be very difficult for you to see it.
I
think that you don't have your mic muted. Everything going well? Everything's going all right. What about you? Everything's good. Don't worry, you have 20/20 vision. That
One thing I thought was interesting, talking about Takuya Onishi, I thought it was really interesting, he said this in the press conference, that after his first space flight, he trained to become a flight controller because he wanted to see the entire operation.
So who's on this crew? We got 2 NASA astronauts, a Japanese astronaut, and a Russian cosmonaut. The commander of this mission is Ann McLean. Oh, here they go. You'll see him right now.
And now here he is. He's going to go up there and be the the person that runs the
Anne
whole
McLean's
ISS.
commanding this
Yeah,
mission.
he'll be the
Nicole
station
Ayers is
commander,
the
and I'm glad
pilot.
that you brought up that role
Takuya
that he had as
Onishi
the flight director.
is
That's
a
not
mission
something that we
specialist.
traditionally do
Right.
as astronauts, but
And Kirill Peskov is a mission specialist too. Yeah, we got 4 on board, mixed nationality crew to maintain operations correctly on the space station.
certain things, why they're asking you for certain things, and having that perspective really helps us work more closely and work more efficiently together as a team. He was actually working as a flight director up until his very last training trip to Japan. So pretty recently he was still doing that even while he was in training. So really, really cool story there.
Imagine his confidence is soaring.
And I think just in that last shot, we saw Haley Esparza and Katie O'Neill come out. They are really our prime points of contact for all astronaut operations in SpaceX.
And here they come. Crew-10 taking their first steps outside as they prepare for their journey to the International Space Station. Commander Anne McLean doing some dabbing. Pilot Nicole Ayers, JAXA astronaut and mission specialist Takuya Onishi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist Kirill Peskov. Did you like that dab?
Absolutely. I'm not sure of the story on that one.
Kirill's got another Roscosmos cosmonaut over there. Probably translator or something. Or just a backup maybe.
See the astronauts throwing up some heart signs.
She dabbed coming out of the astronaut ONC. That okay.
And there we are looking from close to the doors out to the rest of the caravan.
Okay.
Kirill Peskov. Looks like he's having some lighthearted conversation. Anne McLean.
Is this the guy that
with a
says,
pink
and
hat
here we
that I
go
know
on the
says
NSF
Crew-10
intro?
on it, only
Yeah.
because you have one as well.
The guy commentating is Daryl Nail. He's a NASA PAO. He does all the commentary for any operations out of the Cape. Yeah, he's the guy that go, and here we go. Yep, at the beginning of the NSF intro.
That's Crew-10 on the front, and on the side there is the Crew-10 patch. There's JAXA astronaut, Japanese astronaut Aki Hoshide, so he's here as a support person for talk today. Very experienced astronaut.
He's also the
booster.
I see Chell
boosters in
off
ignition
behind the Tesla there
Yep.
as well.
Chell is there standing with Joe, and he is currently serving a role in as the director of the Flight Operations Directorate. So kind of the boss. He's really the boss above the astronaut office right now.
Okay. I see some Crew-10 shirts out there as well being worn.
All right, they're going to
We'll
ingress
talk more about
into
how
the
they
transport vehicles here, and this is
design
where they
their
listen to
mission
music.
patch coming up in a bit. But we want to focus on the live action at this moment. Gull wing doors are up. But in a few moments, they'll come down
or like this,
along with the windows.
Not like this.
And that'll give an opportunity for the crew to say a few words.
Watching crew get into
drive off.
the Teslas here to get to the Falcon 9 to launch.
That Go Crew-10 t-shirt that you saw in that shot just previously, the woman with the pink hat, looks similar to, I think, an unofficial
at least 3
team
seconds,
shirt that this crew made, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, they also have an unofficial logo, which you can see here sported by my husband, actually. This is a great one, and it's kind of just really shows you the sense of humor of the crew. Anne is certainly not a short woman. She's taller than me. I think she's 5'7" at least, if not 5'8". But her crew is exceptionally tall, if you notice in the suit room and when they were all standing together. So this is kind of their unofficial logo, where they have these 3 giraffes, and then they have Anne, the short little panda.
With her call sign animal below.
Yeah.
No,
That's right. That call sign is something that she had from her rugby days when she played with the Atlanta Harlequins. So we still call her Animal quite frequently in the astronaut office as well, and it's a call sign that really suits her personality.
You don't earn a nickname like that unless you can really lay down a hit, I'm guessing, in rugby. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Lay down a hit in rugby. Have you ever watched a rugby game ever?
We have the commander
Have
and
you
the
ever-
plane,
have you ever-
and
You ever
the
watched
pilot Nicole Ayers
What?
in the second Tesla, and then in the third Tesla are the two
Oh,
mission
what?
specialists, Kirill
What?
Peskov
What?
and Takoya Nishi.
Do you know how rugby works, dude?
You see there NASA security.
Yeah, you're really gonna be
Will
able
be
to lay
leading
down
the
a hit
way.
there. I'm sorry, I like Daryl. Daryl's
And
cool.
what a beautiful
It's
day
just funny
for
to me,
all
dude.
involved
It's
to be
funny because he's this
outside
big
watching the
Chad-looking
crew drive
dude, and the
away.
guy's a
The
huge
weather
nerd.
is spectacular.
It makes me happy. That makes me so happy.
And that last
If
shot
you
there,
see a
we saw
picture of him,
Anne's
be like,
mother
whoa.
by the side of
Like,
the
this
car,
guy,
and,
like,
getting her
the
last goodbye
biggest,
there. And that was
chadliest
Kelly
person
Curtis,
you've ever
who's
seen
escorting for our
says,
office.
says stuff like
Kelly
that because
has
he's a
had
nerd.
an
I
incredibly
love it.
personal and close
Makes me
role
so
with so many
happy.
astronauts and their families. So it's such an important role that she plays for us.
Oh,
And there are the
boy.
windows down as Anne says some words out to the folks who have gathered there.
We are gathered
They're
here
clearing the way,
today.
and
Wait,
we'll
what?
be departing momentarily.
I don't know, John. Maybe.
And there's the wave goodbye.
All
They
right,
are
here we
off.
go.
On their way to Space Launch Pad 39A.
Space launch
Crew
pad.
driving away from the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building.
Launch complex
This will start the
39A.
20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center, including right by the vehicle assembly
Teslas
building,
driving
which
themselves,
we'll see in a
no.
few minutes.
Yeah, Peter, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh, you lay down a hit of rugby. What are you talking about, dude? Have you ever played rugby? They got a Humvee? No, I think that's a van. Armored van. Dude, who's in the Mustang convertible back there? Hell yeah.
As we watch the crew make their way to their launch pad and waiting rocket and spacecraft, let's hear from the crew. And we begin with Commander Anne McLean.
When I get asked why we explore, oftentimes I think, what would our society look like if we didn't explore? What would our society look like if we didn't ask what was over the next hill, what was across that ocean, and for us now, what's beyond our planet? My name is Colonel Anne McLean, and I'm the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. I was 3 years old when I first told my family that I wanted to become an astronaut.
nice Trans Am.
And I'm fortunate that no one of my family told me that it was impossible to do. They all said, that's going to be a lot of work. And they were right. But they were ready to support me every step of the way. They reminded me of my dreams if I started to get discouraged, because it is a long and challenging road. One thing I knew about becoming an astronaut is that not a lot of people get to do it. It was important to me to choose a career that I was going to love and be fulfilled in, regardless of my selection to becoming an astronaut. So I chose to serve my country as a helicopter pilot and an officer in the United States Army. I still am an active duty officer in the Army. It's something that brings me a lot of meaning to be able to serve the American people in that manner. And it's something that I would be doing still every day if I was not fortunate enough to wear this blue suit. This is my second flight to the International Space Station. I think on your first flight, there's a lot of unknowns, right? You don't know how it's going to feel to go to space. You're very focused on making sure that you know your stuff. On this flight, as the commander, I'm really focused on building a cohesive crew. So over the last year and a half, I've had the pleasure of working with my crewmates on Crew-10, Tak, Nicole, and Kirill. We've shared a lot of meals together, we've traveled together, we've done some tough sims together, and they are three very special people to me. And now we get to go launch to space and do this incredible mission with our good friends. The International Space Station is a proving ground for a lot of technologies for deep space exploration, but it is also a national orbiting laboratory where the U.S. can work with universities, research labs, other countries to develop things that benefit us on Earth, everywhere from cancer research, Parkinson's research, materials research, and at the same time, we're looking at the things that we're going to use on Mars and future moon missions. In my career at NASA, and especially on my first space flight, there were certain moments that I had, like when I came out of the hatch on my first spacewalk, where I realized we are operating at the edge of what humans are capable of. And that is such a special moment. I think it's that intersection of the magical and the technical, where I can look across the amazing beauty of the Earth, but I can see also this amazing creation, the International Space Station. And it doesn't belong to me or to NASA anymore, that it belongs to every single human on Earth. It's our platform to figure out how we got here, or where we're going in the future, and the context in which we live. Our goal is to be a beacon of hope for all of humankind so that people can look and say, this is what we can accomplish when we work together.
And just in case you were wondering, Anne McLean, she said she was in the Army. She has 216 combat missions over a 15-month deployment supporting OIF. 800 hours in an OH-58. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Take a further step, we learn something and we learn how to adapt, and that is
Yeah,
so important to
not
humanity.
bad.
We are explorers.
If you
of
know
each
what
and every
Keel was
single one of us.
yeah.
My name is Major Nicole
pretty
Vapor
good.
Ayers, and I am the pilot on NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission to the
it's pretty
International
cool.
Space Station. As a little kid, I always wanted to be an astronaut from the time that I was about knee-high. Growing up in Colorado really inspired me to go explore. I loved exploring in the mountains and learning how to camp and hike and live in a weird and
It's
exciting
not
environment.
public, no.
Growing up as a twin is probably my favorite part of growing up. You have this
Cape's just
built-in
busier
best friend
nowadays,
to
dude.
get in trouble with, to go exploring with. We grew up right there in Colorado Springs. We got to see the Thunderbirds fly over the Air Force Academy every year, which really inspired me to become a pilot in the Air Force. I always had an affinity for the sky and for space. Being
that an
next to the
F-22?
Air Force Academy kind of was the natural path for me. So I was a very
Yep.
serious little kid who set my goals really high and worked really hard and never got bumped off that path. I got my wings in August of 2014.
For piloting
And
commanders
then I
in
flew
Tessie, yeah.
F-22s in Alaska, got to do some great flying up there in the mountains. I had a no-notice 6.5-month deployment. From there is when I moved down to Houston to start my job as an NASA astronaut. Crew-10 is a group of pilots who are going to space together to execute science and maintenance. We are about to launch to the International Space Station for a 6-month rotation aboard the orbiting laboratory. We've got a great group of humans who are funny and caring and kind and also wicked smart and capable and efficient. Our major goal is to get to the space station, execute the mission as well as we possibly can, and then come home still funny, kind, and caring about each other. Doing science in space is so important because here on Earth, there's gravity and it's a force that holds things down, and in space we can remove that force. And so we get a glimpse into processes and forces and structures that are too small or too weak and they can't actually flourish here on Earth. Long duration spaceflight is so important for human research to figure out how humans adapt and what happens to your body in microgravity. We get to learn how hardware and plants react in space, and we get to put them in this environment that's pretty harsh. We're outside of the atmosphere, and now we don't have the protection of the atmosphere. What happens to those things, and how do we fix them, and how do we better prepare our people, our hardware, our food, our water systems for that deep space exploration? Throughout all of our training, it's been apparent to me that there is a massive humanity that gets us to space. It takes a village to get us there. The International Space Station wouldn't be where it is today without the international cooperation, and it's just blown me away with how many people it takes to get to space. From Crew-10, we just want to say thank you.
And we are enjoying.
Nicole Ayers is not just an F-22 pilot, she's an F-22 flight instructor, by the way, just in case you were feeling inadequate. She's F-22 flight instructor, whatever. That's no big deal.
Spacecraft inside there, as you well know, Jessica. Doing that for Artemis 2, which will send 4 astronauts around the moon. It will be the first crewed mission of NASA's Artemis campaign to establish a long-term presence on the lunar surface for science and the future exploration of Mars.
Not much more iconic in the way of buildings around here than the VAB.
It really is true. And
Discovery,
very recently
Hey, ML2.
reached a major milestone in that, as you see the VAB.
With the Saren's 8800 right there. CC 8800, Saren's crane. That's the crane that was working in Starbase before it came here. Pretty cool.
Twin boosters, just finished stacking them, both 177 feet tall. They will provide most of the 8.8 million pounds of thrust needed to launch 4 astronauts on a 10-day lunar journey. Since November, crews have used a massive crane to lift and assemble, assembled 10 booster segments, each packed with avionics and motors that will safely
That's the high bay
detach
2
after
jig.
launch.
That's
Now,
killer.
boosters
Did you see that
complete
thing? The
focus
Futuramic
shifts
jig?
to integrating
Oh,
the
that
SLS
thing is
core
sick.
stage, which you just saw, and we'll do that in the coming weeks.
I love the VAB.
And while we're on the topic, Artemis 2 will carry NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, along with Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, on a mission around the moon. Here's Jeremy now with an update about a recent training mission for him and his fellow Artemis 2
Hey, what's up?
crewmates.
It's Alex, 31-month resub, joining you for lunch. Hope the stream is going well. Of course.
Hey everyone, I'm Canadian Space Agency astronaut Colonel Jeremy Hansen,
Hey, how you
mission
doing there,
specialist
bud?
for the Artemis 2 mission.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas, where we normally do most of our training. But every once in a while, we like to change it up a bit. Reed, Victor, Christine, and I recently spent several days in Iceland trading in our spacesuits for hiking gear to study its geology and surroundings. Why Iceland? Well, as you can see, it has a similar landscape and terrain to the moon, with various volcanic rocks like basalts and breccias, and has limited to no vegetation. The Nordic island has been a lunar training site for NASA astronauts since the days of the Apollo missions. My crewmates and I teamed up with scientists and geology experts to explore the huge boulders, formations, and volcanic craters across the lava fields. During our journey, we stopped at various spots to discuss what we observed.
Cool.
Some of the really fine material is compacting into what's like the glue holding this together.
And even tested different types of tools to collect rock samples. Although we won't be landing on the moon during our mission, this field work and navigation practice will allow us to make informed observations when passing the lunar surface and pave the way for future Artemis crew training. And that's your Artemis Moon Minute.
For more Artemis updates, scan the QR code on your screen or visit nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 2 or 2 capital I's. There you are looking out one of the windows of
Moving
a
down the
vehicle in
crawlerway.
the caravan with the helicopter there following them.
Towards
What a great shot
39A.
as they take the NASA Causeway out to launch pad 39A. We're doing a little work, a little construction there on the side of the road, but not to worry. I have to stop when I get to that part of the pad and wait for the oncoming traffic, and then we get to go. But when you got a security escort, you just cruise right on through.
The construction is them widening the crawlerway access road. They're widening it. If you're a Starship fan out there, they just happen to be widening it to the same width that they widened Highway 4 at Boca Chica. Interesting. They're getting to the back end of the HIF here. That's SpaceX's horizontal integration facility. That's where they assemble the rocket in there. First stage, second stage, Dragon. And then it rolls out on that triangular truss structure being pushed by 2 airport tugs right there out to the pad. And then from there, it gets rotated, up to the vertical position, and the crew access arm swings into position.
If there or any event that's going on, to think about
All
what's
right.
happening there and what has happened there. It's really humbling.
Complete coincidence.
Crew-10, your ride awaits.
Now, a lot of people ask me, whenever I've covered every crew launch here with you guys, a lot of people ask me, can the astronauts go in the suit? I mean, you can. Yeah, sure. You have to pick it up later in microgravity. That's not preferable. I don't think that's fun. I don't think everybody wants that. There's a Starlink on the back of that Tesla. That's pretty cool. I don't think anybody wants that. So the first thing that the astronauts do when they get to the pad, use the bathroom. I'm not even kidding. There are some porta potties over there. That's the first thing that they do. Use the restroom. Because you're not going to be able to pee for probably the next 4 hours. Let's say 3 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah. So you probably want to get that done now. Dragon does have a toilet on board, just in case anybody's wondering. You do not want to use the toilet during ascent. Okay? It's like the fasten seatbelt sign is on.
Space station. I was born in Tokyo, in Japan, and I grew up mostly in the west part of Japan. My family moved our locations so often, so that experience actually helped me to get used to a new environment quickly and comfortably. I have always been interested in space since my childhood, but I never thought I would actually become an astronaut. I chose to become a pilot. I think I was very lucky because the experiences as a pilot of a commercial airplane really helped me to go through astronaut selection process. Space is hard, very challenging, sometimes unpredictable, and there is no 100% guarantee of success. And that's why I think cooperation is the key to success. Each country, each crew member, each agency, each company brings its own expertise and its strength in order to be able to cooperate as a team. And I hope our Crew-10 mission becomes one of the best models of that cooperation. We've been training together more than a year. I believe we can be very successful in our goals and build a closer friendship among all of us.
Yeah, I think it's better.
And of course, most importantly, have a lot of fun together. While we are on board the ISS, we are going to perform a lot of scientific experiments, including some medical experiments to better understand our bodies and for future space exploration. Our ultimate goal is to go to Mars, but it's not an easy journey, and when we face a new challenge, we must solve it step by step. Continue pushing the boundary of possibility makes us gain new skills and also enhance our experiences. What I like about the International Station program is each country brings its own strengths. It's like a patchwork quilt. Each country is just one patch. Putting all the patches together creates one beautiful quilt that is ISS.
Arigato, Onishi-sama.
The other mission specialist is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. Let's hear from him now.
I think that we explore because it's a really deep part of our nature. This is one of my things that makes us humans. My name is Kirill Peskov. I am a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in a Siberian town called Nazarovo. It's in the middle of Russia, in the middle of Siberia. I decided to be a pilot. Actually, this was my dream during my childhood. And after becoming a pilot, I realized that it's not a limit and we can go higher and further. So I started to work towards becoming a cosmonaut, and now I'm standing here. Our crew is great. I love the fact about our crew that all four of us are pilots. I think that it helps us to understand each other really well, sometimes even without saying a word. Every day we learn something new about each other. The training itself, this is the thing which brings us closer. We do science and space because it's an environment that cannot be created on the ground, and it helps us to develop all kinds of materials, medicines. It helps us to push our knowledge forward. I think doing research is not only on station, but everywhere is somewhere deep inside in human nature. And this hunger for exploration, this is one of the main things which drives us forward and helps us to survive as a species. I think it's hard to overestimate the value of international cooperation in space exploration because it takes much time and effort represented by how much money spent to space exploration. So like more people and more ideas we have, faster the exploration goes and safer and better our life on Earth becomes. I love the space exploration because it's the endless process. When I became a cosmonaut, I was surprised how big this team is. The team who makes these flights possible. It is like thousands and millions of people, and what I would say is to say thank you, not only for airspace industry agencies, but also for all the people who are involved in creating something and in different kinds of research. You are making the world better.
Спасибо, Kirill.
And there you see our commander and pilot making.
So Kirill Peskov is a pilot as well. Dude, this all four are pilots. That's actually super cool. He's type rated on a 757 and a 767. Not bad. Not bad at all, dude. Oh, he's younger than me. Oh, I hate that. I hate that a lot. Oh,
Arm in arm.
Bad.
That's got to be a great moment for them.
Oh God.
I imagine Anne is
crap.
probably taking a moment to pray.
It is daytime. Yep.
Yeah, there is a lot going on right now in terms of, thinking about all of the preparation that's gone into this and these final moments as you're looking up at the rocket and getting ready to board that elevator. And I can no doubt be sure that Anne is providing some inspirational leadership words as well, because those are the things that she is just natural at.
And now into the elevator. Okay, people are wondering, FOD critical area, foreign object debris. That's what that means. That means make sure you got your hair nets on. No, you don't want any contamination on the spacecraft. You don't want to introduce like dirt or dust into the filters, especially on a spacecraft or in a clean room environment. You can jam up the filters, and I don't think I need to tell you why jamming the filters on a spacecraft where you have a closed loop oxygen supply is not a good idea. That's what that means. FOD critical area. You have to like wear PPE and stuff, which is why anybody up here that doesn't have a spacesuit on is dressed like a ninja. And just to get some other stuff out of the way, if you notice, the pad ninjas, I don't know why I did this, the pad ninjas have numbers on their back. They have numbers on their back because when you're wearing that much PPE, it's really difficult to tell who's who. So they do have numbers on their back, like a football team or pick your sport that you like, to help signify who is who. They also have a name tag, just in case you were wondering.
In a press conference when she said
rugby. Lay down the hits in rugby.
She ascends the stairs along with Nicole Ayers that we were just talking about. They like to do the pre-flight check, right? Check out the aircraft, look at all the compartments, check the logbooks, maintenance books. But they rely on a very large team to do that when you go to space, because as pilots, they can't do that in this situation. They have to rely on the men and women of NASA.
Should do Pad Ninja Bingo.
To get this equipment ready to go.
Yeah, and that's one
that's
of the
right,
things
David. They'll do that
for
last.
us as astronauts is so important, and it makes these roles that we have on the ground.
So the cool thing is that the elevator, this structure was reused. This structure is actually originally from the Apollo program. It was used as a launch umbilical tower to launch Saturn V's. During the shuttle program, they reused it and put it out on the pad at 39 here. And they use that for crew access for the space shuttle. Now SpaceX uses it for crew access to Dragon, right? Super, super, super cool right there. The elevator inside of that, what's called the fixed service structure, the elevator has a button, and that button says space, and that gets you to the floor where the crew access arm is.
Have the time or the know-how to inspect all these things.
So this is inside of the crew access arm. This is a positive pressurized clean room environment, meaning there's HVAC going in here that's pumping, constantly circulating clean air in there, and it's actually trying to pressurize it so the doors make a draft. That makes it so it blows all the dust and dirt out. It helps minimize FOD, like we were talking about.
And now, mission specialists.
Yeah,
Takuya
that's an Apollo.
Ogishi
This is Apollo hardware, dude.
Peskov will make their way up to the top of the launch.
Now, if you're wondering why there's arrows on the ground right here, those are basically your fire exits. That is you guiding that guides you to the fire exits, particularly the slide wire baskets, which are over there. They're basically a zip line that you can use to get away from the pad really, really quick. Slide wire baskets are on the opposite side here. They're used in case of an emergency. If you're in a tall building and in case of emergency, use the stairs. Well, if there is, God forbid, if there's some type of fire on the pad, it's usually coming from where the stairs go to, by the rocket. So astronauts, in case of emergency, don't use the stairs, don't use the elevator, use the slide wire basket and get the heck away from it, because if you need to use that, that means something's on fire and you need to get away from the pad extremely quickly. So those arrows are on the ground to kind of help guide people over to the slide wire baskets, because you know, if you egress, you're egressing in your suit and you can't really see what's going on. It's really easy to just look down and see the lines. Now, inside of the clean room here, it looks like Anna's gotten in and Nicole is ingressing into the spacecraft here. They have signed their names around the NASA logo over there, if I saw that right. Every NASA mission signs on the NASA logo, but over there to the right of that logo, there's a SpaceX logo too. Any SpaceX private missions sign the SpaceX logo. Here's Kirill and Takuya coming up the crew access arm here on camera. Heading over for spacecraft ingress. They will sign their names too. Use the slide basket, just like in rugby. Yeah, just like in rugby. How'd you know?
Sign that NASA meatball that you see on the side.
Once they exit the slide, where do they go? Or do they just run like hell? There are ex-military MRAPs down there. A explosion NBC saved armored vehicle. The Army uses them for patrolling. It's just, dude, it's a gigantic armored truck. Yeah, there you go. Sign their names. See, over here, you could see all of SpaceX's private missions. So this is, over here, you'd have AX-1, AX-2, AX-3. You'd have Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn. From 2 will be up there soon. And then on the left side on the NASA logo, you have Crew-1 through Crew-10, and then the DM-2 mission. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in 2020, in May of 2020, were the first two people to sign that.
I think that helps you operate above any latent stress or anxiety. I mean, of course, we're humans. Of course, we have all...
You know what the crazy thing is? The first people to sign that, I was just thinking about that. First people to sign that, the logos over there at all, were Bob and Doug in May of 2020. Look at how many people SpaceX has moved into space since then. It's pretty damn impressive for less than 5 years. It's pretty good. Is Fromm going from 39A or 40? I don't know, David. That's actually a good question. I would also like to add that there are 2 signatures that aren't on this wall because Crew-9 launched from Pad 40. David, you actually reminded me of that.
How about that? I've heard other astronauts say that all of that training, just like you mentioned, it is muscle memory. They have done it so many times that it feels like on launch day, just part of the training.
Yeah, and it was certainly like that for me on my launch. You know, people always ask like what you felt like. And
this is live, Jacob. Yep. Is this Dragon brand new or reused? This is a used Dragon Xanax. It is Dragon Endurance. This is its 4th flight.
The end of the day was going to be different. You know, I was actually not going to go home to the cottage for dinner. I would be in.
It's on my list of things to do, Jojo. You know what my big problem is? I'll be 100% honest. And my sleep schedule is screwed. When I came back from Texas, from the Central Time Zone, I came back to Boston on the day daylight savings time started, or ended, excuse me. So I spent 2 weeks down there. I got acclimated to Central Time, and then I moved back. Daylight saving times plus 1 hour time difference, right? And now my sleep schedule's all screwed up. The only time I have to get to the post office when it's open is in the morning. I keep sleeping through my alarms, dude. I'm ashamed to say this, but yeah, a 2 hour time zone shift jet lagged me, and I'm really, really, really embarrassed to say that. That's what's going on, dude. I got doubly screwed in the time change, dude. I'm all messed up. Dude, I went to bed at like 3 in the morning. Because 3 in the morning would have been like going to bed at like, well, not been, like I think it went to bed at like 2:30 or something. Going to bed at 2:30 would have been 12:30 2 days ago. Or a week ago. It really screwed me up, dude. So I'm trying to fix that and then I'll get to it, man.
To see the reefs off of
get old.
Australia.
Don't
the
get old.
Patagonia
It
ice
sucks.
fields, another favorite spot of mine. The where these like glacial tongues kind of come down, and you see these high altitude turquoise lakes, and it reminds
I got
you
jet
how
lag from
beautiful the
Central
planet
Time.
is. And
Like,
there are
what?
so many places that I know now that I need to explore that I weren't even necessarily on my list before.
Are you
my
planning
mission.
on watching Flight
And you saw
9?
Antarctica.
Reactions? I'm probably going back down for Flight 9. I guess I kind of made myself a job down there with NSF, kind of inadvertently, because I just fix everything. I'm not complaining. I really, really, really enjoy seeing starships launch. I really, really enjoy that a lot. Yeah. Just become a T-800. Oh, yeah. I just got here. Did you see the NASA authorization bill? Kate, I have not. Uh-oh. We'll see. Das loves you now. Yeah, I kind of went down there and made myself useful, and now the problem is that I made myself useful, so I'm just going to have to go back down again. I'm sorry. It's good news. All right. Link it up, Kate. Are you still getting food? Might want to delete that pinned comment. I can report to you that the propellant tanks, streamer propellant tanks, are nominal, so I will unpin this message. Thank you, Revo. Somebody's got to fix Jack's car. Yep. Oh no, I get to go see the big rocket fly. I'm so upset by this. I would love to visit that place. G-Star, everyone should go visit Starbase. Dude, do it. Stop dilly-dallying and just do it. Just get down there. Just once. Right, dude? Who knows how long, SpaceX wants to incorporate Starbase as a city, right? So who knows how long we're going to have this kind of access. You know what I mean? You have insane access. You can walk right up to stuff. Not like, well, within reason. If a booster is rolling by or a ship is rolling by, you could just stand on the side of the road and watch this gigantic skyscraper of a vehicle move past you. And stay in a resort too. Oh, the horrors. I never even used the pool or the hot tubs, David, to be honest with you. I didn't have the time. Ava Labs, I don't know.
Mission specialist.
Where do you fly into when you're going to Starbase? You could either fly into Harlingen or Brownsville, either one. You are the NSF certified mechanic. Yep.
Kuya Onishi.
Yeah, you can see that the
Zyzep, your first launch should be Starship. I don't know if you should do that. Man. Maybe you should go watch a Falcon 9 launch first or something. Once you see that thing fly, dude, it'll ruin everything else. Starship ruined everything. It ruined everything for me. I can't look at rockets the same, dude. I just can't do it. That thing is so ridiculous. I don't mean to geek the frick out, but holy balls, that thing is cool. It just, don't get me wrong. I love this. This is great. I love it. It's awesome. I love all rockets. But Starship's on another level.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm sorry, it just is. Maybe you don't see that as your first rocket. It'll ruin it. It'll ruin everything else. And I saw shuttle launches. Dudes. That's how old I am. I've seen shuttle launches. Starship is amazing. How's it on another level? It's it's the biggest, most powerful rocket humanity's ever flown, first and foremost. Second of all, it's loud. The rumble from that is like nothing you've ever heard. It is a very visceral situation, and you're very much in sensory overload when you see the thing fly. It's just like, I can't believe that's actually working. And then seeing the booster catch, dude, just ruined it, man. Ruined, you freaking freaks. You ruined rockets. The sonic boom's coming in. It's like a cannon going off. It's amazing. You feel it exactly, Jody. Yep. Give it to me in Florida right now. So, anyway, we'll stop talking about Starship. All 4 crew members are ingressed into the spacecraft. What they're going to do now is do suit leak checks. The suit leak checks are there to make sure they didn't pop a hole in the suit between here and the O&C. You do not want to screw around with suit leaking. That's bad. The reason why is because the suits are there for the same reason that an oxygen mask would be on an airliner, right? In case of rapid depressurization. You know, on a plane, you'll have time to, put the oxygen mask on. Remember, fix your mask first before assisting others. I've been flying a lot recently, okay? So the suits are there in case of hull breach. Just in case there's a leak. It's probably going to be fine, but probably going to be fine doesn't work very well when there's 4 souls on board. So not only do they have the suits, but they're constantly checking these suits for leaks just to be absolutely sure. Once again, it's not something you want to screw around with. The best way to do human-rated spaceflight is to never put yourself in a situation where you could have a catastrophic failure, or at least try to mitigate it as much as possible. A lot of people ask me like, "Oh, why doesn't this thing have an ejector seat? Why would it need an ejector seat?" If you know anything about rockets and you launched a spacecraft into a scenario where you would need an ejector seat, you probably shouldn't have launched, right? Like, why doesn't a commercial airplane have parachutes? Well, like, let's be real. If you're flying it in a scenario where you need parachutes, you got other things to worry about. That means your plane has stopped planing, right? That's really how you run spaceflight. You never put yourself into a position where you're playing defense, right? You always want to be preemptive. That's part of the reason why it takes years to train for one of these things and why these missions are so choreographed out, like down to the final minute. The entire mission is that way. Yeah, the entire capsule is one. Exactly, yeah. The launch escape system. We'll talk more about that when they get to section 6 in the countdown checklist. Guy Fox, you're going to Orlando for a band trip at the end of this month. Any launches planned on the Cape on the 28th and the 29th? You're likely to see a Starlink, Kai Fox. Sure. Launches aren't scheduled out that far, dude. It's kind of on a week-to-week basis at this point, and I still can't believe that those words came out of my mouth. But, if you spend any amount of time in Central Florida, you are more than likely to see a rocket launch, which is super cool to me. "14 is snapping pictures." Yes, you'll see the pad ninjas doing that a lot, guys. The reason why is because every single... Is that a smelling salt? Oh, it's chapstick. I was like, what the heck? What the heck are you doing? If you see the pad ninjas take pictures, it's because every single step is documented. You tighten a bolt on this spacecraft, you take a picture showing the bolt tightened. Now, why? Why do you do that? Why do you got to document every step? Why do you got to document them putting the seatbelts on? That's just in case something goes weird. If something goes weird, you have the pictures and photographic evidence of what happened, and it helps obviously, like, to confirm that the checklist is happening on time and on schedule, but it also could be used later in case something goes wrong. Now, like, don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk too much about this because it's bad juju when there's people on board, right? Yes. Well, Flykin, no, not on the suits. On the door flange, sure. Mm-hmm. It was a bit odd when 14 took pictures of Anne's face. Yeah. It's very low humidity from what I understand, Fall. Think like a doctor's office on spacecraft and on the ISS. That's what I've been told. Yeah, Jody, exactly. That's the reason why I don't want to talk about it too much, because the bad juju. I don't think it's right talking about, loss of crew and why you'd take a lot of pictures. Let's just say document everything and go from there, you know. Hey, Caligulard, 110-month resub. Miff had a 68-month resub in there too. What's up, dude? All right, here I'm on mute.
And I think that's just biology. You know, those neural networks in their brain are already formed. And even if it's been 5, 10, 15 years since they've been in space, they're suddenly reactivated and
that's right,
they're
Rev.
just able to deal with it from the beginning. So I was wondering, I asked Anne to pay attention to that.
Can you briefly explain this mission? Sure, Nobley. This is a ISS crew rotation mission. These 4 on board here is an international crew, 2 NASA astronauts, 1 Japanese astronaut, and 1 Russian cosmonaut. And they're going up to the ISS for a 6-month stay. They're going up there to relieve, this is the Crew-10 mission, they're going up there to relieve the Crew-9 mission, right? They'll get up there, they'll rendezvous, you'll get a slight overlap, so Crew-9 can hand over their duties to Crew-10, and then Crew-9's going to come back down. Yeah, Carrie, and I said not to do that. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Space. Never know if you're going to be able to go up again.
Yeah, that's incredible advice and something I think about a lot as well. You
Of
know,
old age, of course.
That
Ah,
with
yeah.
my commander, Luke Martano,
Nice
and
save.
it was his second flight. And I remember him telling me that there are so many things from his first flight that he didn't really remember.
I was like, what the heck,
because,
man?
you know,
What are you
again, your
doing?
brain is so overwhelmed. You're so, you know, you're thinking, please don't
Who's
mess
taking
up.
command
Please
of the
don't make a
ISS?
mistake.
I'm not
And you're
100%
thinking about
sure
the
who they're
next
going to
thing
hand
or
it
the
over to,
intensity of
Hermia.
what it is that you're about to do, and so you're kind of forgetting to just enjoy that moment. And
Do they use
appreciate
the
that
same
moment.
rocket to come back down? So Nobley, Falcon 9, they're inside of what's called the Dragon capsule. The Dragon capsule is on top of a Falcon 9 rocket. So the Falcon 9 is a 2-stage to orbit vehicle. So there's the big first stage, there's the small second stage, and then there's the payload, which is the Dragon on top. The second stage, or the first stage, will boost them up, and then the first stage will come down and land, like right after, like pretty much at T+8 minutes. It's going to come down and land. The second stage will push the capsule all the way up into space. Second stage gets disposed of by re-entering. They don't reuse the second stage. The Dragon capsule will go up to the ISS, and it will stay there. Basically, if you're visiting the ISS, you park your car at the ISS, and it stays there until you're ready to come home. So the Dragon that they're in today is, give me one moment. This is Dragon Endurance, I'm pretty sure. Yep, Dragon Endurance on its 4th flight. So Endurance, that Dragon is going to stay up there until these 4 are ready to come back down in 6 months, when Crew 11 will relieve them. They hand over command probably on Thursday, John, if I was remembering right. There's usually a week overlap between one crew coming up and the other one coming down. With this particular one with Crew 9, it's only going to be 3 days. Does the ISS validate parking? I think so. Yes, Coherent. Yes.
Debris, even as small as a human.
So yeah, David, that's a good point. The next thing that we should see once they conduct suit leak test, basically what the ninjas are doing right now is making sure that everything is good to go, make sure the crew is nice and comfortable. Honestly, I know that sounds ridiculous, but they're about to ride this candle up into space. It's not exactly a smooth ride. So you want to make sure all your belts are strapped. You're about as comfortable as you possibly can be, right? You want to make sure the belts are just the right amount of tension, etc., and go from there. It gets a little violent. 4.5 G's sustained at certain points during the flight. You'll feel that. You'll feel that. Yeah, that hurts if you're not ready for it. These 4 are ready for it, though. So the pad ninjas are going and making sure everybody's all comfortable and good to go. After that, they'll do suit leak checks. Make sure there's no leaks in the suit. You'll see the suits will inflate and they'll look like the Michelin Man. It's kind of indicated because they'll put their visors down. There we go.
This is a perfect.
And then after the suit leak checks, you should get radio checks. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they flip the order there, I've noticed. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. They'll do radio checks. They're going to do 3 types of radio checks after that. They're going to communicate through the launch tower, right? Through the pad. They're going to communicate through a ground tracking station, so wirelessly, right? Because right now the spacecraft's wired up through a ground loop, right? Because it's still connected to the pad. So they'll communicate through the pad, they'll communicate wirelessly through a ground tracking station, and then they'll communicate through NASA's tracking data and relay system, which is through a satellite. So ground communications, radio communications, satellite communications. You have triple redundant ways of being able to talk to the crew. Why? Because you don't want to have one way to talk to them and then not have a way to talk to them if something goes wrong with that. Now, obviously, after liftoff, the ground loop's not going to be very useful, right? So it's good to have double redundancy through ground tracking and through NASA's relay satellites that are up there.
And as we look at the crew inside,
I don't know, Rebo, maybe
Endurance, another question coming to us on social.
Any reason the ninjas are stealthy like that?
Jack Frost asks.
Yeah, the pad ninjas look like that because they're trying to minimize debris inside of the capsule. Think the same reason why like a chef would wear like a hairnet, right, and whatnot. They're also wearing PPE to make sure that you minimize contagion. Like, don't get me wrong, all the pad ninjas have to quarantine, just like the astronauts. They all have to quarantine about 2 weeks before flight. Now, why so why wear PPE? Why do all this stuff? Just in case. You never know. Just in case you'd want to. Probably a good idea. They didn't do that once on Apollo 7, and some of the astronauts got a head cold in space. Think about that. Think about how much that would suck. Getting a post-nasal drip in space. That would be awful. So yeah, they quarantine. And they're up there with PPE to minimize debris, to minimize foreign object debris, and just make sure nobody gets sick. They wear PPE like crazy. You don't want that. You don't want to get sick in space. That would suck.
Ahead, but to make sure that we have enough time to accomplish everything safely and successfully.
And on that timeline, this is an area, as you mentioned, where they do have a little extra margin. Oftentimes, if everything goes according to plan, they'll have a little extra time there.
I don't know if they train for that particular thing, Flykin. Who knows? Probably.
Zoom out.
I mean, there's a reason why astronauts are like fighter pilots and stuff. You don't want to panic.
With a big thumbs up from the crew. Those seats will be articulating upwards, and they are doing so now.
Seat rotation.
Putting them in launch position.
Awesome.
This will allow the commander and pilot to have
Are these newly designed suits?
Their displays that you see.
These suits were designed with the Dragon spacecraft, Peter. Each suit is tailored to the astronaut or cosmonaut flying on them.
This is also helpful.
They're custom tailored spacesuits. And yeah, they first were introduced in 2017, albeit in an uncrewed fashion, on the DM-1 mission. The DM-1 basically launched a crash test dummy with the spacesuit on into space. And then Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, on DM-2 were the first people to fly with them. And NASA and SpaceX have been using them ever since. Where is the toilets? There's only one toilet, and it's over there. It's above the door, believe it or not, to get into the spacecraft. Oh, excuse me. Actually, it's below the door. Sorry, orientation.
See those long giraffe legs with good view right
it's
there.
Below the docking port.
There it is. Jessica mentioned.
I thought it was up here. It's actually down there
that we
somewhere.
Saw at the beginning of the.
They have a curtain too. All right, inevitably, let's just get this out of the way. How do you go to the bathroom in space? The toilet is a very, very gentle vacuum cleaner. How else are you going to do that? Am I right? Yeah, the little vacuum cleaner. Okay, very light though, not heavy suction. Don't want to damage anything.
I was a very small child, so I kind of like how that worked out, and certainly.
Yeah, you respect the NASA commentary. No, not from your boy.
Her crew is exceptionally tall in the astronaut corps, so, you know, when Anne stands with them, she comes off a little bit more panda-like, I would say.
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle
windmill.
up.
27. I think so, dude. Yeah, this is the first time a spacecraft has gone up with
So the
2,
next
came
few
back with
milestones
4.
we should see.
Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Here we go.
That's right, is suit leak check. This is the second of the day.
Copies, we are go for Section 2, suit leak check prep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So you will,
No.
after that brief initial...
The suits that flew on Inspiration 4 were basically a version 2 of this suit that specifically is designed for extravehicular activities. These suits are not those. These are kind of the Mark 1 Dragon suit.
Each one of the crew members. But right now it's
Hey,
suit
Cody.
leak check.
What's up? Thanks for
So-
covering the launch. Thanks for being here.
They are about to inflate.
They are about to inflate. Yeah, watch. They'll inflate the suits and they'll look like the Michelin Man. I wouldn't call it a rescue mission, Spoon. No. I wouldn't call it that at all. They were just waiting for the next bus, dude.
As we await this this next milestone, I want to go back to what you were talking about and the memories of being
Get
in
inflated,
space.
idiot.
And
That's what I'm trying to say.
how clear are the memories of your spacewalk when you were outside?
Now would be a bad time to pass gas? Well, yeah, if you're sealed inside of your suit, the only one you're going to crop dust is yourself. Just saying.
It all in to pause.
Yeah, again, as we were talking about earlier, you have to be intentional
No,
about
flanking.
stealing a few of those moments for yourselves, especially
They're not an
when it
EVA
comes to
suit. You don't need a
spacewalks.
sun visor. They're only
Spacewalks
designed
are
to
the
work
riskiest
inside of
thing
the
that we
spaceship.
do. They're the most challenging.
Now, the suit that Isaacman wore for that EVA, that had a sun visor. Sure, that's one of the differences.
Doing the right thing for the piece of hardware that you're trying to repair or replace or whatever the task is that you're doing, and most importantly to
They're
keep
not-
you and
I
your
don't know
partner
if they're
safe.
rigid hinges,
So
Mike, to be
that
honest
really
with you.
demands a very, very high level of concentration. And you know, the astronaut mantra is always kind of echoing in your head of like, don't make a
Soyuz
mistake,
4
don't
in
make a mistake.
1968 launched with
So you
1
have
and
to
landed with
remember,
3.
you know, you get very caught up in the task and the minutia of what you're doing.
SpaceX Dragon, Section 2, 2.9, care complete, ready for leak checks.
Here we go. So, Commander Ann McLean has informed Mission Control that they are ready for suit leak. Meanwhile, the pad ninjas on the outside are inspecting the door flange. The door needs to seal. If it doesn't seal, oxygen leaks out of your spacecraft. You probably don't want that. So what they're doing is they're inspecting the seal to make sure there's no contamination on it whatsoever, so they can get a good seal and not have oxygen leak out of their spaceship. Yeah, like I said, you probably don't want that.
I was working with one of the batteries that we had, and Christina was below me. And as I
They're
looked
launching
down,
in about 2.5 hours,
I saw
Motley.
the view. We were actually coming over those Patagonia ice fields that I was describing earlier, which is one of my favorite
I haven't heard
spots. And I
anything, Peter,
remember
but I had it
seeing
muted.
that and just waiting for a second and thinking, okay, wow, this is pretty extraordinary. You know,
If they had a leak, how long could those suits hold up there if they had to do an emergency abort and come back down? The suits are plugged into the same environmental control systems as the capsule, so they would have plenty of time. Just shut off pressure in the capsule. Easy peasy.
sense of movement and
Just
motion
do what
that
they
you
did
have
during
is that the
Inspiration
Earth
4.
is spinning very
Same
quickly
idea.
below you. And it's really an extraordinary feeling. I remember as well, Christina and I were under the airlock. We had a moment to had a pause, and we flew right over San Diego, where I went to graduate school. And so we took a moment there to make a shout out to all of my friends and colleagues that live there. But, you know, really easy to pick out those coastal cities because you have those there. But, you know, really easy to pick out those coastal cities because you have those landmarks.
Prepare to fast forward.
When you're
Preparing to
looking down
fast
at the
forward.
Earth and
Fast
you don't
forwarding,
have the
sir.
benefit of the borders drawn on a map, a lot of times geography can be pretty challenging. So those coastal areas are the easy ones to pick out. Depending on what you're doing on a spacewalk, though, there can actually be pretty long opportunities that you have to appreciate the moment. And I was really jealous. I remember when I was inside flying the robotic arm, Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan were doing a spacewalk to fix the AMS, the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And there was this one period of time where Luca was just riding the end of the Canadarm, the robotic arm on the space station built by the Canadian Space Agency, and he was just riding it for a very long time. He wasn't holding anything, he was just riding it and really looking off into the solar system and the universe. And if you know Luca, he's a talker, and he started getting quite philosophical as well and talking about what he saw and how he felt. And I was always very envious of that opportunity because I didn't have one of those natural lengths of downtime where you had really the opportunity to do that. But you never know. On my next flight, hopefully I'll have one of those as well.
Well, I hope so for you as well. Because
748
it sounds spectacular.
No, I don't, Tessa.
What an honor and a privilege to be able to do that. Well, it looks like we're getting some inflation, right? Whenever the helmet starts to ride up the face, means we got some pressure in there.
Yep.
Another social question for you, Jessica.
What? Here.
Ryan.
Let me show you this. You wondering if the suit's inflated. Let me back it up. Watch. See? Like I said, Michelin Man. How's that, huh? There you go. You want to see suit inflation? Who noticed it, for real?
Isn't a lot that you can do. You can see right now there are
okay. Suit leak checks are complete.
Checks, so it wasn't a very long time. You saw Kirill
just
actually
like
reached
in
right
rugby.
in and scratched his nose, so he looked like he did have something like that.
SpaceX Dragon, suit leak check complete for nominal suits.
Okay.
SpaceX copies and concurs for good suits. Additionally, at this time, I have an update on the hydraulics issue that LD briefed during the weather briefing, if you're ready to copy.
Here we go.
There you go.
1 bar, Flecken.
All right. The hardware is healthy, but we are currently still evaluating system performance. We want to provide an update no later than T-minus 1 hour. If additional time is needed, the final call just needs to be made prior to LES arm, but still expect an update from us no later than T-minus 1 hour. How copy?
Mm-hmm.
Can we copy the update? We'll expect an update prior to 1 hour and understand the constraint with the LAS Army. Thank you.
Discovery,
KG.
go and
Mentioned
throttle up.
this at
100
the top
months.
of the launch broadcast,
Space?
and another time,
Space!
not long after that, that the crew, SpaceX team on the ground, is evaluating an issue with
Dragon
hydraulics.
SpaceX at this time. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps next to the capsule. Your go to proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
Dragon copies. Section 4 and work.
So that applies to the team on the left.
All right.
Call out
They
that we
removed
just
the
heard
protective
as they ready to
the protective
close
cover
side hatch
on the
for Dragon.
door flange, and now the
But
pad
back
ninjas
to
are going to close that
the
thing when the
brief
crew is
that,
ready.
Was just given to the Crew-10
Just got here. Did they
crew
mention that Ann McLean is from Spokane?
regarding the hydraulics on the ground, and they are
No,
currently
I didn't know that. Pi.
looking at an
Cool.
issue that is related to hydraulic lines, or a hydraulic issue with the clamp arm that holds the Falcon 9 rocket to the transporter erector. Again, there's an issue with the hydraulics related to the clamp arms, and there
That's
you
this
see
thing.
them, and that holds the rocket to the transporter erector. They're evaluating an issue with the hydraulics in one of those clamp arms. So they're working through the data, evaluating the situation. They're going to take some more time to look at this, and told the crew that they will give them an update in about an hour, but they have to make a call on which way this will go.
They said it looks healthy, guys. They said it looks healthy. That doesn't mean it is. Part of being a good flight controller is not just trusting the data, but to be sure that your data is legit. Because if it tells you that the hydraulics are malfunctioning, how do you know it's not the sensor? The sensor that's sensing if the hydraulics is malfunctioning itself. That's why they're taking the time to look into this. You want to verify that you got good data. That's part of troubleshooting when you're a flight director or a mission director or anybody that works in mission control. This is what you do. You work the problem. You know, if you're getting a bad signal for those hydraulics, what kind of signal are you getting? Is it a pressure problem? Does it just say the hydraulic is bad? What sensor did we trip here? Is that sensor good, right? Is the sensor good? If it's not, don't fly. Fly tomorrow. It's really easy to just get somebody out there to fix it. Don't try to force the issue, right? But if you can verify for sure that the sensor is telling you the hydraulics are bad and they are in fact not, you're all right. You could choose to roll the dice like that if you want it, but once again, it's about knowing and understanding what's going on. Part of that is verifying your data. You have to trust but verify, right? Like, that's very important.
Is that to trying to get at us, to scratch that
Those
issue
clamps
we
at the
have
top, Peter, are the ones that are malfunctioning. Now, what do those clamps do? Just in case anybody's wondering. Those clamps are there to basically hold Falcon 9 to the transporter erector. That is the only hard connection for the rocket to the truss structure on the side. Why is it there? Well, see the clamp arms up there? That's a previous launch, right? 95% go on the weather. That's good. Winds coming out of the southeast, 12 to 17 miles per hour, temp 67. Oh, that's cold for Florida. Anyway, those arms up there are the only physical connection that's holding Falcon 9 to the TE. Falcon 9 is bolted down to the hold down points at the bottom there, which is called the reaction frame, and the reaction frame is bolted to that transporter erector. Now, why do it that way? Well, all you need to do is just hold the rocket basically relative to that thing. You just got to clamp it at the top, right? The rocket's pretty dang strong, but when you go to move it upright, right, you run the potential of the rocket moving around. You don't want that. That's why that thing is sometimes called a strong back, because it's holding the rocket up, right? Now, when the rocket is in the vertical position, not fueled like this, it's holding it straight. It's holding the thing upright. Why? If you tried to let that thing go, if they open, so like say they want, let's test the clamp arms. Let's open these clamp arms. Nothing bad will happen, right? You let it go, you run the risk of the rocket tilting a little bit. If the rocket tilts a little bit, sailboat. If the rocket tilts a little bit, you got a big problem. Now, why? Why do you have a big problem? Well, you could get into induced cosine loss and horizontal velocity components induced from cosine loss. I could talk to you all about that. Long story short, it's a rocket. It needs to point straight up. If it's not pointing straight up, it's not going to go straight up. Does that make sense? You don't want to run the risk of doing that. Now, why would the rocket sag? Doesn't this thing, what do you mean it'll tilt? The thing launches into space and it stays pretty straight, right? Well, yeah, of course. It does that when it's fueled, though. The rocket isn't fueled right now. Falcon 9, like a lot of other rockets, rely on pressurized fuel tanks, and those pressurized fuel tanks are there. Obviously they're fuel tanks, fuel and oxidizer tanks. They feed the engines, right? But they keep them pressurized and they keep them at a stable pressure throughout the entirety of ascent to provide structural integrity to the vehicle. It's like if you had an aluminum can, right? And you had your favorite soft drink in this can, right? And it's not open, and you went to step on the thing, you could stand on that thing, no problem if it's not open, right? You could pretty much stand on it, and you don't have to worry about it. It's using the pressurization to stay nice and strong. If you open it up, enjoy your favorite beverage or cold snack, right? And then you go to step on it when it's open, when it's depressurized, it's not as structurally integral now, is it? Here, I'll give you an example. I have this can of my favorite beverage here. It's obviously not pressurized. The rocket can do that when it's not fueled. Now, that's a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but you get the idea. That's what those arms are there for. They're there to hold the rocket true until it's fueled, because the only way it's going to point straight up and not sag is when your fuel tanks are pressurized, and the fuel tanks are not pressurized right now. They don't do that until they arm the launch escape system.
Of kinematics test on the hydraulic system, so you may feel or hear some valves clicking, but this is expected.
See, now they're testing the hydraulics out.
Thanks for the heads up.
Just call Derek. What's Derek going to do? He's not going to well, Derek could probably fix this. Let's be real.
Informing the crew that they will be hearing some noise as SpaceX cycles hydraulic valves.
Now, note that what I said before, they're not going to open it. They're going to cycle the hydraulic valves. They're not going to move the thing. They're going to cycle the valves. You do not want to move those when the rocket's unfueled. Telling you, the whole thing will move out of alignment. And like I said, just to summarize what I was saying before, the rocket needs to be pointed straight up. If it's not pointed straight up, it's not going straight up. And letting go of those arms right now when it's not fueled will have it not point straight up.
Again, back to the hydraulic issue, SpaceX cycling those valves.
I wonder what Derek Beery's doing today.
As they work an issue with some ground equipment.
Okay, there they go.
Hydraulic lines.
Closing the hatch.
And the system that feeds.
The ground closeout or pad closeout crew is now closing the hatch on the capsule. And what they're going to do is they're going to inflate the seals. They're going to basically pull vacuum in the seal. There's a rubberized kind of O-ring inside of this that's also hollow. And what they're going to do is they're going to inflate, think about like a tube around in a tire. They're going to inflate that O-ring because it can be inflated, and then they're going to pull vacuum around the outside. So like this rubber tube runs in a channel, and that channel goes all the way around the door. And this thing kind of sits in there. And when they close the door, if the O-ring is here and the channel is right here, they're going to try to pull the vacuum. They're going to pull vacuum, and that pulling vacuum is basically going to inflate that O-ring to take up the entire space of the seal. Now, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why not just inflate the seal? Well, if you inflate the seal, you're putting more mass into the spacecraft. That's more air molecules that Dragon has to pull up into space. Yes, the efficiency of the vehicle, that something like that is not negligible. It absolutely matters, right? So what they're doing is they're pulling vacuum to get the thing to inflate. That's what that hose is right there. And basically they're going to pull it down to vacuum, and they're going to do a leak check to make sure that the seal, that when they inflated that O-ring by pulling vacuum around it, making sure it inflated correctly to make sure your door doesn't leak oxygen. Once again, I don't think I need to tell you guys why leaking oxygen out of your spacecraft's probably not a good idea. But yeah, just for the uninformed, it's not a good idea. You don't want to do that. Why are they wearing black?
SpaceX performing some leak
because
checks.
That's SpaceX's color scheme.
Capsule is airtight.
I'm just going to do the right thing and pretend I didn't see that. Yeah. No. Doing the right thing and pretending you didn't see it doesn't work very well with spaceships. That's not a good idea. We shouldn't do that. It has to make a perfect seal. You don't get a perfect seal, open it up and do it again.
Social media questions throughout our live launch coverage.
Don't worry. No, we don't want red shirts, Jody. That won't end well.
Keep them coming. Hashtag Ask NASA on Facebook, X,
Captain's Log,
YouTube, and Twitch.
Stardate 312.
Our next question comes from Spooky Sniper, asking, Jessica, what's one challenge of spaceflight that most people don't really think about?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is the challenge.
Just remember, at SpaceX, you're part of the team, not just another number. No, all right. Just in case anybody didn't hear me when I said this before, those numbers are there because everyone's wearing a mask. You're wearing PPE. You basically want to wear a baklava, excuse me. Baklava is food. They have the ski masks on because you don't want debris going around the capsule. You don't want dust getting in there. You don't want to attract dust in a spacecraft. Bad idea. Especially charged dust. That would be also a bad idea. So they have all this protective equipment on, and you can't see who the heck is who. So that's why they have numbers, in case you're wondering. Everybody has a number that's assigned on the team. So like number 17 is in charge of door sealing. And even though that's your buddy Jim, right? Like, you might not know that if he's just standing there, right? So, yeah, they have a name tag, right? And then they have numbers on their jerseys. Or like on jerseys on the sporting team.
Responsible for those everyday operations. And it's quite a difference from when you come back.
Wow, it's a schooner.
astronauts
Dragon
about it.
SpaceX, are you ready for comm checks with
Here we go.
MD, LD, and DC?
SpaceX Dragon. ready
Yes,
for comm
exactly, Fluffy. Hello there. Hello
Copy, I'll
there.
initiate the TDRS comm check. Dragon SpaceX comm check.
This is through TDRS.
check. SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear.
That's right,
TDRS
Andrew. It
comm
needs the
check
last
complete.
6 months.
Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD is mission director. LD is launch director.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear, stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground.
Just the commander, Jody.
Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD Dragon, also loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Beardman, I'm not sure
Dragon
if it's on
SpaceX
television.
launch configuration comm checks complete.
Okay.
Dragon SpaceX, or SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Nice. Ron, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, sort
Sorry,
of
a
wrap
little
up
bit of
that
a
last
late
question. You
greeting from
return
me.
from spaceflight. Some astronauts, including myself, have kind of had this feeling of aimlessness almost. You've just accomplished this #1 goal that you've had, this dream you've had your entire life from the time that I was.
So, Anderson, do astronauts fall asleep? Yeah, when there's downtime. Yeah. Basically, in the last hour up until, like, obviously when you launch, right? You get a little bit of downtime. We've definitely seen them sleeping before. Like, I don't know, Kirill might have a nap. Who knows? Takuya might. I don't know. I wouldn't be sleeping right now. But some prefer the Kimi Räikkönen approach, Sleep right before you do something crazy, like, it's fine. If you got that joke, good for you. We're friends.
Of course, their final destination for Crew-10. Let's take a closer
Who's
look
in
now
higher
at
decision
how we're
making,
getting
mission
help
director
here.
or launch director? Depends on where the rocket is. When the rocket is launching, the launch director really is your guy. The LD controls basically everything up until T+1 second. From there, mission director takes over. Yep. Launch director is everything up until launch. Mission director is everything after launch. So who takes priority? Depends on where the rocket is. Is it on the ground? Launch director. Is it in the air? Mission director.
And how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation, and that helps.
Did you see Pele? Did you?
Future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials,
I don't know what the zero-G indicator is.
combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand
Messing around with
life back
CNC,
on
my
Earth.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Leon should be good.
Microgravity doesn't play by the
Oh,
rules.
no, leave me
It
alone.
flips
I
them
know what
upside
to
down,
do.
transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
So Tom, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering
No, they're coming
new
down on
ways to grow
Crew-9,
crops
Louiso,
in
end of
harsh
the week.
environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Who was the first full crew on the ISS? That would be the Expedition 1 crew in 2000, I think. That was Sergei Krikalev, Bill Shepard. Yes, that's his name. I forget who the third one was. Don't remember. Too much space info up there.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power
How does swallowing
of
water and
global
food work in
collaboration
space? Same way as it works down here,
stars.
Kirok. Same thing.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Yeah, baby.
So on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
All right.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit.
Oh, you guys don't want peppers?
So come
on
along
now.
for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
Dude, it's a space pepper. You're not going to eat it? I'd eat it. Now, space isn't the time to be a picky eater, all right?
From up at the ISS, I'm sure it brings back a lot of fond memories.
Absolutely, especially as a scientist for me.
Dude, I'd eat like
I
20
get very
of those,
excited
and then I'd
about
probably be
our
like,
role as astronauts in conducting
you
these
know?
scientific experiments. It's so rewarding to know that you're really helping science
still have it,
progress,
Flecken,
and
yeah.
you're the person up there as the operator and or subject to help gather all this valuable data for the teams. I
Oh, there
know
you
that
go,
for this
Silver.
mission we have a lot of different scientific experiments. Just a few that we could mention. There are a few that will be actually performed in Dragon. So in that phase of
The man on the left, that's Kirill Peskov. The Russians like sleeping. That's what I've noticed that. They definitely are just like, yeah. How much time we have? 20 minutes? Okay. They definitely do that.
a lot of important factors to see what happens in microgravity. We have such a big difference in our physiological systems if we don't necessarily have gravity, which is pulling our blood and body fluids down
All right.
to our feet. That leads us to the second one, an experiment called Thigh Cuff. This is a relatively new experiment where the astronauts that are participating will be wearing this kind of restrictive band around their thighs, and that it will help reduce
that's an awesome
blood flow. So it'll change the way that fluid shift is happening, where once you get in microgravity, you have this upward fluid shift, less blood in your legs.
Yeah, Kirill Peskov is he's from Siberia. Like straight up Siberia. Where is he from? Where did he say? He said he was from Nazarovo. That's in Krasnoyarsk. That's that's in the middle of nowhere. That's like saying you're from like Anchorage, like that remote. Similar environment too. Did you know that you could see Russia from your house if you live in Alaska?
Called immunity assay, which is
Old
a
joke,
new
but it
way to
checks out.
monitor health and immune function with a blood sample in space. So this is looking at a new assay that can be conducted in flight instead of what we usually do is obtain a blood sample and then we have to wait until that blood sample makes
Leader
its way
video
back
spawn?
to the ground before we can really get a good look to
word?
understand what's going on there.
Hell yeah.
Once they're on ISS, some of the astronauts will be participating in the CIPHER study, and this is a very
It
comprehensive
must be terrible if you get an itchy
physiological
nose when the helmet is closed.
It's a
That would suck.
multidisciplinary study looking at physiological
Fortunately,
and
it's not closed for a
psychological
long time.
factors, and it's 14 different studies all wrapped.
Who are these people wearing masks? So Al Campo, these folks right there are what's called a pad closeout crew. Okay, so first and foremost, why is there a bunch of ninjas working on this spaceship? The environment that you need inside of a spacecraft is a very sterile environment. Think like a surgery room, right? Like where a doctor would do surgery. You don't want a lot of contaminants. That's why everybody's dressed like a ninja or in a spacesuit. You don't want to introduce a lot of contaminants. So the pad closeout crew looks like a bunch of ninjas. They're doing... he's taking pictures and they're doing... So what they're doing right now is called final closeouts on the door. They did a leak check on the door and you could see the guy's taking pictures of it with his phone. No, he's not posting it on Instagram. He's sending it back to SpaceX headquarters so they can verify with photographic evidence that the door was closed out correctly. Even as simple a task as shutting the door and making sure the door is closed is something that gets documented really, really hard. Like you document everything. Every single thing gets documented. Every single checklist gets gone through. You have to cross all your T's and dot all your I's. One small screw up can be very bad, could lead to a catastrophic or a cascading failure mode, meaning we don't want that, right? That's not what we want at all. So they document every single step.
To do science.
Bro, I just sealed the crap out of that door. Yeah, there you go. Prove it with pictures. Boom. Yeah, there you go. Basically, Jody, that's a good way to say it. This is the equivalent of pre-flight checks, like on an aircraft. Same idea.
Talked about with how fluid flows inside of the body. Did you notice anything with your vision?
Yeah, Quirk. Yeah, it looks like they got some
good
rain boots on.
Yeah, I actually did have a pretty extreme case of SANS, and so it was something that when I was on orbit, I did a lot of extra.
Are they having a problem?
And images. So we actually
everything looks good
here,
but
machine on board the International Space Station. So this is a machine that we can use.
So they said on the flight loops that they're having a little bit of trouble with what's called GSE hydraulics, ground side equipment hydraulics. There are clamp arms that kind of hold Falcon 9 upright on the launch pad. Obviously, those clamp arms let go when the thing launches, but the hydraulics moving those clamp arms seems to have it hiccuped a little bit. It's working fine now, but they're just double checking it. Hey, Render Dad. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up.
So this changes the refraction, and for me, my prescription was just this magic amount that was completely counteracted by this change that I had in my eyeball. So now I have 20/15 vision.
How about that?
And that's persisted for 5 years. Yeah, I usually refer to it as the most expensive corrective surgery.
They do not pack pistols. Not on our spacecraft.
But that is
the Russians
all of the other
in the
anatomical changes to my eye have returned to normal, so nobody's really concerned about the health of my eye.
So cosmonauts in the 60s did carry I believe they had a Makarov or something. The reason why is if there was something catastrophically wrong and you came down in the middle of nowhere in Siberia, you'd need a pistol to defend yourself from bears. That tracks. Yeah, that tracks right. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect sense, actually. I can't really think of any other reason why you would want to bring a firearm onto a spaceship. You know, like the movies where like the two guys are fighting over a pistol on an airplane and one of them shoots out the window and that, but worse on a spacecraft. Yeah, you don't you really don't want that.
Rotated upright to their reclined launch position. That allows them to see see and access their display panels, as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen.
That's why the survival pack was only accessible from the outside. The more you know.
Their spacesuits are working properly.
Yeah, the funny part about it is that a Makarov is just going to make a bear angry. Yeah, that's right.
The side hatch has a good seal.
Soyuz crews still go through survival training in wilds. Yep. Probably a good idea, Shinar, just to be absolutely sure.
NASA and
right? Like, it's what I was saying before, dude. This is space. You want to know how to think about doing this right? If you want to work in this field, you want to work in flight director, you want to work pad closeout crew, whatever. If you want to get into this industry, right? And I'm really, really happy to say that it is an industry nowadays, which is pretty sick. You want to get into this job, one thing to think about, like the best thing to think about is that, you know, you don't launch the thing with the expectation that it's going to fail. No. You launch it with the expectations that it's going to work, right? And thinking about it like that really, really forces you to make sure that you never put the spacecraft or the people on board into a scenario that could get them hurt, right? It's about being preemptive. You have to be preemptive about this stuff. You know, I was talking about it earlier, like why didn't the space shuttle have ejector seats? Well, some of the test flights did, but the ejector seats aren't going to save you if there's a problem with the space shuttle. We saw the fruits of that labor in 1986. Good call. No, but ejector seats are never going to, that's not going to help in case there's a problem, right? That's just there to make you feel good, right? The whole point of spaceflight is to just never put yourself into a scenario where you're going to need an ejector seat on the space shuttle. That was the whole idea. They didn't follow that manual very well, but that's the idea. You want to be preemptive. Once again, that's why we see the pad closeout crew documenting everything. Take a picture of everything to verify that you did it. Take a picture that you torque the door seals down correctly. Take a picture that you put the door cover on correctly. Take a picture that you retracted the crew access arm gantry correctly. Like, everything has to be documented. If it's not, you're introducing that uncertainty. And that uncertainty, I'm not sure, doesn't work very well in spaceflight. That's really important to understand.
In 2016, and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture the Cygnus spacecraft.
Cool.
He's not training. He enjoys flying, hiking,
nice,
movies,
Shinar. Let me see.
and playing the sax.
When they reach the space station, Anne will hand over her commander duties to Tak. Tak will actually become the commander of the space station, and he'll be the third JAXA astronaut to serve in that role after Koichi Wakata and Aki Hoshide.
Cool. Like I said, you never want to put yourself into a scenario where you're introducing uncertainty. I don't like being unsure for this long.
Discovery, go at throttle.
It's all about being preemptive. Never put yourself into a scenario where you need an ejector seat on the space shuttle. Aircraft work the same way. If anybody's a pilot out there, you guys know what I'm talking about. That's why you do pre-flight checks. You do everything. You do pre-flight checks. You see something wrong, you say something. This is why sometimes, like, you know, if anybody's out there, an airline pilot, you know, if you're a passenger, right, and the pilot says, no, I'm not flying this, that's, well, his word is the best. His word's the word. Pilot doesn't want to fly because your brake line's leaking. Guess what? You ain't flying. That's why we do pre-flight checks. That's why the airline industry is so ridiculously safe. Space flight too, same idea. You want to be absolutely sure, right? Could the spacecraft, could an airplane fly with a bad brake line? Sure. Would it probably be okay? Yeah. Probably be okay doesn't work when you have 100 souls on board, or in this particular case of the spacecraft, when you have 4 people on board. Not that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Have you ever been tempted to get a PPL? It would be tough for me, spaceman, but I could. Yeah, I would love to. I'm colorblind, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It's a very mild colorblind, but it's enough to put a thorn in my side. You know what I mean?
Expedition 73. As Jessica wonderfully explained, they will conduct research to understand material flammability, contributing to future spacecraft design.
They're not coming back on this Dragon, Lojack, but they're coming back on the Dragon that is already up there that this Dragon is relieving.
With students worldwide via ham radio. And they will use existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution, helpful for our Moon to Mars program.
Yeah, maybe, Badger. I had no clue that's annoying. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, just want to clarify.
I don't go around telling everybody, dude, unless it comes up.
72 is current.
Yeah, those are the people that are coming back down.
Some of our crew members from Crew-9.
So that's Nick Hague, Alexander Gorbanov, Butch, and Sonny.
Next, Soyuz launch
Nick
will actually,
and
Johnny Kim's launch.
Alexander launched by themselves on the Crew-9 Dragon 6 months ago.
Mark the beginning of Expedition 73.
66-month resub. Thank you.
So far, we've had a pretty smooth countdown. Everything going well with the astronauts. As you can see, they are inside the spacecraft.
You're colorblind? How many fingers am I holding up?
The
11?
spacecraft is in good shape. The launch vehicle, the Falcon 9 rocket, also in good shape.
So N460C6.
They're ready to go. Flight controllers
what have you heard?
Are also ready. The only issue that they're currently working is regarding a hydraulic system that feeds one of the clamp arms on the transporter erector. That clamp arm helps hold down the Falcon 9 rocket before liftoff.
Don't get too spicy on me today, dude, okay?
The crew was
don't get too spicy
about
on me.
And,
That's pretty funny.
is currently working it with teams from NASA. They expect an update in about a half hour.
Only mild spice. It's just mild picante. You know what I mean?
Which way they're going to go prior to the launch escape system being armed. That happens around T-minus 45 minutes.
Yep.
Let's take you now inside Mission Control in Houston.
What if you're sitting here and drank too much water? MSF, I knew people would ask this question. Okay, all right. This gets asked like 50 or 60 times every time we do a crew launch. What if you have to take a piss right now? Well, okay. This might ruin your image of astronauts, okay? So just full disclosure. They have Depends on. They're wearing diapers, okay? They're adult diapers, and they're a very, very cool spaceflight version of adult diapers. I'm pretty sure they do that just so they say we're, wearing diapers. They're not doing that, right? Okay? If you have to go, go. You're responsible for the mess. Let me put it that way. With all that being said, the first thing that they did when they got to the pad at like T-minus 3 hours was take a piss. There's 2 porta potties sitting at the bottom of the launch tower. So hopefully you don't have to, because if you go right now, you're responsible for whatever happens. Okay? Now, it's only through basically liftoff and ascent. Dragon does have a toilet on board. So did the space shuttle. How does that work? A very, very mild vacuum cleaner. What I'm trying to tell you is the thing really sucks. Okay? But that's not available when the fasten seatbelt sign is on, if you catch my drift, right? So, you know, if you need to use the restroom now, you hold it for another 2 hours and you're good to go. Or have a really nice mess to clean up in microgravity. It's a wet, dry vac. It really is, dude. Sorry if that ruined your, kind of impression of astronauts. Wait till I tell you how the Apollo spacecraft didn't have any toilet on it at all. Ziploc bags. Yep. That ended about as good as you think. Yep. You're welcome.
Very much, Leah. Appreciate the update there from
appreciate the update. Thanks, Daryl.
Houston, Texas.
That you tape to your butt. Ziploc bags, dude. Yeah, look it up. There was some messy examples during the Apollo program of why that's not a good idea. How about we just put a toilet on the next one, okay? Hold on, Kyle. I believe in you. So, moral of the story, hold it. For the love of microgravity, hold it. Or just go when you have the opportunity to. Thanks, man. I got you, man. I got you. Just hang it out the window, man. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Rickety, it's funny you mentioned that. That was their method of disposing. Yep. Those bags are going to fill up, and there's not a lot of space in that capsule. You want to know how they did it? Open up the door and throw it outside. I'm not kidding. Don't say the H word. All right. You're right. Like a trucker in space. Let's go space trucking. Fish jugs on the moon. Dude, David, okay, I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, maybe a little bit. That's how it happened. This is a real problem that you actually have to deal with, like... They were full of crap. Yeah, man, I got you, right? Like, don't get mad at me. I'm sorry. This is a realistic thing. And guess what? When we get back to the moon another couple of years, we're going to have to deal with that problem again. All right? Picture trailer park, boys. You know what I'm saying?
T-minus 1 hour and 43 minutes and counting.
We don't have any clue what the zero-G indicator is yet.
NASA and SpaceX's Crew-10 mission to the International Space Station.
Yep, pretty much, Thor.
You're looking at the members of Crew-10 on your screen. From left to right, mission specialist Kirill Peskov.
I was fixing the NSF truck and Jack's truck. Were you able to see Starship
Pilot
launch by
Nicole
chance?
Ayers.
Yes, and yes.
To her right.
That's how it was. How was it?
Ann
How was it
McLean,
fixing it? Yes. Well, they all
just a
run.
bit out of
If that's
screen.
what you're asking.
And all the way on the right side of Commander Ann McLean is Takuya
Aqualex, I
Onishi.
think we get
Jack's
the point.
astronaut returning to space for the second time.
My bet is a giraffe or a panda. Space Pope, I'll put like 5 bits down on panda. How was my vacation?
As
It was great,
Crew-10
dude. It was a
prepares
fun time.
to launch, they are allowed to have a few personal items with them for their roughly 4-month stay in space.
Yep, see, there's some downtime right now. Now you just chill.
A few of the things they're taking up.
He'll be a Doge doggo.
We asked Ann McLean. She said that her and her crew were able to pack some personal gear to meet them on the ISS. It's going to go up on SpaceX 32 in April. She packed some sports team shirts and schools.
You have to sit there and wait for like 2 hours? Believe me, it goes by fast.
Commander McLean said, most importantly, she was able to pack
Vice, if you stick around here until liftoff, yeah, you're looking at it right now. It's like, oh, crap, it's an hour and 40 minutes.
The mission
We're going to do it for an hour and 40 minutes. Believe me, before you know it, this thing will be in the air.
She's going to bring those items back and return them to their owners after flight. And they include things like pins, necklaces, and rings.
Sure,
For
Ziza.
Takuya, he's taking a lot of pictures.
Why
of
did
his
they ingress so
family,
early?
friends, and colleagues.
So part of the reason why they get the astronauts in is because in the spacecraft early is because they have to fuel it. Falcon 9 uses what's called a load and go fueling style. Get people on board first, arm the launch escape system first, then fuel the vehicle. You arm the launch escape system to just in case something goes weird during fueling. Once again, that's being preemptive. Better to have it, not need it, not have it. Right? Ground closeout crews are now leaving the pad. Right? You want to be absolutely sure. So because of this, because they load people on board first and then fuel the spacecraft, well, fueling does take a second. It takes about an hour. So think about one of those hours just basically being completely off the board. And then you got to arm the launch escape system. And to arm the launch escape system, you got to retract the crew access arm. To retract the crew access arm, you got to make sure these people aren't in it when it retracts. Right? And to not have the pad closeout crew inside of the crew access arm, you have to make sure that the door seal is ready to go. Right? You have to make sure that the door seal is ready to go and the crew access arm hood has been retracted. In order to do all that, you have to make sure your astronauts are inside of the spacecraft. See, this compounds. That's what I mean. It says, the clock says that we're still an hour and 39 minutes away from launch, but there's a lot of things that you have to do that add up really quickly. That's not a lot of time. So once again, what you're seeing is
crew,
the closeout crew
earlier,
leaving the pad.
Of course, is mostly SpaceX members, but it does include...
Some people do that, Rickety, yeah.
One member of the astronaut corps. In this case, it's Chris Birch, a NASA
yes, Chris
astronaut
Birch.
who was helping out.
They should make the ninjas leave on the zip lines. The slide wire baskets are over there, dude. They're actually up a floor and over that way. Actually, no. That's the bottom of the crew access arm. They're over there. Strike that. Reverse it. There we go. That's the slide wire basket.
As Crew-10 launches, that means
thing over
Crew-9
there.
will return home
You can
soon.
just barely see the wires from it.
Crew-9 launched from Pad 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station back on September 28th of 2024. That was a unique flight.
Yes,
because it was
Guitar.
only 2 crew members in order to make room for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who flew up on a Boeing Starliner test flight.
Discovery, go and throttle
but
up.
are going to be coming down in those 2 open seats with Crew-9.
Don't
They've
say
been
nothing, Chad.
part of Expedition 72.
Just nod
along
and
with
smile and
Crew-9.
wave. Don't say nothing.
Wilmore and Williams have been living and working on the space station now for
Don't say
over
nothing.
9 months. The other 2 for a little over 5 months. Once Crew-10 arrives, there will be what's called a direct handover for 4 days, or what they call 2+2,
Just
which
smile and
is
wave,
shorter
boys.
than usual. and then Crew-9 will undock. Talk to us about that
Damn it,
handover period and why it's different this time.
Quiet.
Jessica.
Yeah, so it depends on who is on board for the handover time. When it's a new astronaut, you have a little bit more of what we call kind of adaptation time. It really is dependent on what's happening on the space station as well, though. In particularly busy times, if there are a lot of repairs or a lot of experiments that have to happen in that specific timeline,
Yes, you retrieved
the
ad
amount of
time.
hours that we have for the handover
I'll do it at T-minus 10
available
minutes,
will
okay,
vary.
buddy?
But we try to have certain periods of allotted time where you have time to just have some really handover with the existing crew up there so they can show you the ropes. You know, we have such incredible training, really extensive on all the pieces of hardware and some of the experimental pieces of hardware as well, but nothing really prepares you for the nuances of what the actual situation is on board. So it's really important to get those tips and tricks from the experienced astronauts, and even for the second-time flyers like Anne and Tak, the space station is a different place than it is when they were on it previously. There's probably some different pieces of hardware and some different systems. Things may be done a little bit differently than when they were there before. So they'll get a lot of insight into operations up there.
Cool breeze
and just
at 39A.
really kind of get used to doing things.
It's behind Dragon. See it over there? It's still very, very much under construction, dude. But yeah, there's a Starship pad there.
2 days of direct handover.
Yeah,
there should be
it's
more
2
in the
days
future, believe it or
real
not.
handover where the two crews are really overlapping and have that dedicated
Right,
time
Boyd?
to hand over activities, and then the other two is one arrival day and one departure day. So that's what makes up that 2 plus 2.
Yes, Whitem,
and
yeah.
these handover times can be really variable. We strive to have enough handover so that we can instill enough confidence in that new crew before the previous experienced crew departs. But we are so tied in with the ground teams now, and we also have been operating up there for so many years. This November will actually mark the 25th year of continuous human presence on the International Space Station.
Isn't that amazing?
So it is truly an incredible feat. But because of that, we've done things a lot of times now. We have pretty well potted procedures. So sometimes that handover, it can be replaced by our interactions with the ground team as well.
3-day
we strive
handover
to maintain
period,
as much of it as we can, but sometimes coming and goings of different activities and different spacecraft dictate differences in that plan. And also, we are aiming for this 4-day handover period, but we don't know exactly what it will end up as, because of course we have to have good weather conditions back on the ground before we will undock Crew-9's vehicle. So in the end, we could have a slightly different than this 2 plus 2 handover that we're expecting, but we have to plan for something.
It really can vary.
This is endurance.
As you mentioned, because
the newest one,
splashdown
Kurlani
weather
already got it.
is a critical
C213.
component, as you mentioned, before the crew can come down, and
have fun with that.
It's pretty unpredictable for where they will be coming
Yeah,
down.
it's comfy. These are all form-fitted seats, Sebaski. Form-fitted seats, form-fitted suits. You really don't want to be uncomfortable on Ascent. Ascent is already uncomfortable. Up to 4.5 Gs sustained during second stage. So, like, you're being thrown back into your seat at 4 times the force of gravity. If you're not ready for that, it hurts. Yeah, that'll hurt. You'll feel it. You'll feel it. And if you do this while you're doing that, you'll get sick really, really fast. It's also a little rough on the body, so you really want to be ready for that. You really want to be comfortable when you're doing that, as comfortable as you possibly can, because it is a wild ride. I mean, I'd do it. I don't know about you guys. I'd do it, sure.
Location in Tortuga, which is not far from Key West, just to give them
How do you prepare for that? Morganite, being in shape is probably the best way to deal with it. And then being in shape is probably the best way to deal with being in space in general. That's why you never see heavy set astronauts. You really want to be in shape, or else, launch is really, really going to damage some things if you're not ready for it. A lot of these guys are pilots. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, exactly. So Anne and Nicole are. So Anne's an attack helicopter pilot. Well, actually, a Kiowa pilot, if you really want to be technical. Not an attack helicopter, but Nicole, the pilot on this mission, is an F-22 pilot. I'm pretty sure she's fine. That she's good to go. Like that, she's good to go. Mr. Onishi and Mr. Peskov, the mission specialist 1 and 2, are also pilots. So yeah, I think they're fine. But yeah, being in shape is really important. You have to be in shape. This is not like we want the Chadleys looking astronauts, like no. Flying into space will really screw you up if you're not ready for it. Oh, cool, Baron. Neat. That's a walk in the park. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you guys are not if you are not a fighter pilot, if you ever go down to Disney World at Epcot in Disney World, there's the Mission Space ride. If you ride, I think what is it, the green one or the orange one? Whatever the one is more is tougher. It's 3.5 Gs sustained. I did that and I felt it later. I was like, oh, what the heck? What was this? The orange one. Yeah, it's orange. Or yeah, Brimo and I did the orange ones, and I came out of that, dude. I came out of that sim, and I was like, oh, I feel horrible. And man, was that fun? I was like, I think I'm gonna hurl, and Bree's like, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. That was sick, You're waiting for the red one? Dude, 3.5 sustained is no joke. That really screwed me up, dudes. I don't know about you. I was like, all right, okay. That was sick, and so am I.
We will hear that health check coming over the loops here in just about a minute. A little less than a minute.
What's that, Baron? Oh, yeah. Oh, no!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Where's the,
we think about these abort systems, and certainly it's something that we never want to have to use, but
That's a good
when
picture.
we do have the few occasions when we do use them, it's actually an incredible test and gives us a lot of faith in these systems.
Yeah, that escape system I was reading can...
Flying in an AN2 can really make you sick.
In only 7.5 seconds.
Shinar, I don't need to do that.
Miles
ever.
I imagine in training.
You know what I mean?
You've got to be ready for those kind of Gs.
You're probably not wrong.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for it,
we
man.
have some centrifuge training.
They don't have Candy Crush in there. Whitem, you'd be surprised. All the astronauts have a checklist on their left thigh, and the checklist is, I mean, it's an iPad with the checklists on it. I've definitely seen astronauts playing Fruit Ninja while they're waiting on the pad. I'm not even kidding, dude. That absolutely is a thing.
During the landing.
Visit me and I'll take you for a ride.
And you're also in the Soyuz. You're also
Shinar,
practicing if you had to control that descent and the trajectory of that descent.
That astronaut is playing Galaga.
And we talk about these abort systems, and it really
thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Higgs and Alexei Ovchinin's abort in 2018, and that was on the Soyuz, of course. And again, it was, of course, a pretty scary moment for all of us, but in the end, a wonderful testament to these systems. This is why they exist. And in that case, there was a problem with a rocket, and it happened at about 30 miles up. They went up to about 50 miles, and after the escape system had fired, they experienced around 6.5 to 7 Gs, and then they came back safely to the Earth. So pretty interesting test of that. Again, not something we ever want to use, but certainly something that's a very vital component to all of these launch systems.
I remember that well. Was some anxious moments there, and
that was awesome, Baron. Yeah,
your fellow classmate from your astronaut class, Nick Hague, was right. So I'm sure you got
what's that in rugby
full
terms?
Story on that.
Yeah, I remember it very well as well. We were in Russia. I was training for my flight.
Funny,
I was there with Christina Cook as well, and we were viewing it from a small control room that we have at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center.
4,000 to 5,000. Depends on the trajectory.
we were paying attention to that whole launch sequence, and we started getting some indications that things were a little outside of the ordinary. And I'll never forget that moment when Nick was back. I mean, he was back with us at the cottages in which we live in Star City in a very short amount of time. And I remember coming back from class and jumping off my bicycle, and both Christina and I ran over to him and just gave him the biggest hug. And it just seemed so strange to see him back there when we knew that he was supposed to be leaving the planet for quite some time, and that was just the day prior.
Yeah, they're talking about Soyuz MS-10. MS-10 was an in-flight abort with Nick Hague, who's up at the space station right now, and Alexei Ovchinin, who is a Russian cosmonaut. He's down here as far as I can tell. The vehicle had a problem during ascent with its second stage, and the engine broke, and they ejected. They did a ballistic re-entry at 6 to 7 Gs. And Nick Hague, they got out of the capsule, right? Or they landed, not got out of the capsule. They landed, and Nick Hague, an American astronaut, looked at Alexei and said, "What just happened?" And then Alexei went, "Short flight." And then got out of the capsule and went back to doing what he was doing. Short flight. All right. All right. That's it? What, that's it? You just brushed death and short flight. Yeah. Hey, Methane, what's up, buddy? Built different. Yeah, short flight. Whatever. You said something more like, we arrived pretty fast. It's still funny, Shinar. I like that. Dude, it's so dark. It's so funny, dude. Like, all right. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to turn the oven off. Yes, that was why I abort. You maybe have a link to that? I don't have a link off the top of my head. I think we're going to miss our connecting flight. Yep, you missed something. Yeah, that was a quick flight. It's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. Looks like they're starting to clear out some stuff back there for the pad. Huh. So right now we're just kind of in a holding pattern. There's built-in leeway into every launch countdown just in case something's weird. Right now, fortunately, Crew-10 is doing what's called up on the timeline. They're up on the timeline right now. Basically, they've done everything that they needed to get. They've done everything that needed to get done. And right now it's just the aggregate time that was built in just in case something went weird. Now, SpaceX still is troubleshooting that problem on the clamp arm hydraulics, but they said they would give an update at T-minus 1 hour. So, yeah, right now, just 24 minutes of downtime. Like I said, there is downtime. So what would the astronauts and cosmonauts aboard do? I don't know. Play video games? Take a nap? See? Take a nap. Yep. Kirill's up. No, he woke. We woke him up. Sorry, that was me. I woke him up.
So here's a good shot of the crew members.
Just
they
taking a nap.
have ingressed the vehicle. They have completed the pressure checks of their spacesuits, and the hatch has been closed.
I don't know. I have no idea.
We are standing by, getting ready for the propellant load pull, which
How many
would be
subcoolers
the
are located
next
at this
big
pad?
milestone
0, as far as
for
I
the
can
crew
tell.
today.
Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing.
Oh.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Just wanted to give you a quick update. We are still discussing the hydraulic system performance. They did finish those kinematics tests and they look nominal, but we are still in discussions and evaluating the system for flight readiness. But otherwise, F9 and Dragon are tracking no other issues for flight.
Okay.
SpaceX Dragon, crew copies all. Thank you.
So something weird is going with those two clamp arms up there. If you look basically about a little more than 3/4 up the vehicle right here, these clamp arms are there to hold Falcon 9 straight up until it's fueled. Falcon 9, when it's not fueled, is not very structurally rigid. It can stand up there, but you probably wouldn't want to do it. It'll kind of bend, Leaning Tower of Pisa style. And I don't think I need to tell anybody, but just in case, the rocket needs to be pointing straight up. Wherever the rocket's pointing is where it's going to go. So if it's not pointed straight up, it's not going straight up. So those clamp arms need to be there until fueling happens, but they're not sure if the clamp arms are going to open or close. They're still trying to troubleshoot that problem. The clamp arms need to open to get the launch mount to retract, or else it's going to be in the way when the thing goes to launch. So I know that one little teeny weeny clamp arm at the top of the vehicle could, you know what, I'm not going to say it. They're going to get the problem fixed and we're going to go. But yeah, SpaceX is tracking some weird issue with off-nominal performance from those hydraulic clamp arms.
As one of the scientists described, like time travel, so that we will see what happened even 1 second after the Big Bang and start having a better understanding of the origins of the universe. Another system that was on board the same rocket was the Punch experiment. That's 4 small satellites that are looking at the solar corona. So that's the outer atmosphere of the sun, and will give us a lot more insight into what is happening in that layer of atmosphere on the sun. So
is it just really there because of Murphy's Law? No. Those clamp arms are there because it's basically the way that Falcon 9 gets secured to the transporter erector. You know, the rocket isn't built vertically. That truss structure that's next to Falcon 9 is its transporter as well. The rocket's actually assembled horizontally on this transporter, and the transporter rolls it to the pad and then turns it upright. Not only that, in the transporter there, because it's also used during launching, it's not just a transport vehicle. It's called the transporter erector, right? The T or TE for short, or you could also call it a strong back. Any one of those, interchangeable, it works. It also assists in launch and fueling operations. So you kind of need that, and those clamp arms need to be there because they need to clamp the rocket into position so it can cradle it and move it upright without it falling over.
To space today, and
I gotta be quiet. Kirill fell asleep again.
The 4th flight for the capsule.
The TE is this thing over here. See this guy?
2021 for Crew-3, SpaceX's Endurance Dragon has been
the clamp arms were open in that picture.
Commercial crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's why they need to open.
Crew-7
because if they don't, that thing can't get out of the way.
Third journey to orbit. In all, Endurance has flown 10 astronauts and 2 cosmonauts to
pretty much
and
more
from
bacon,
the
yeah.
International Space Station, and it's supported crews from NASA, ESA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
You can just see the top of one of the clamp arm mechanisms right here. It does cradle the rocket. Yeah,
and we are currently at 1 hour.
Okay, this is going to sound really stupid, but this is the best way that I can kind of describe this. Okay, so the transporter erector is basically a jig when it's horizontal. It's a jig to make the rocket, to assemble the rocket correctly. Could you just put the first stage on the ground and then kind of try and line up the second stage and try to couple it together? Yeah, SpaceX would probably get this done. The transporter erector makes it very easy to do this. Basically, they take the first stage, they lift it up, and they angle it a little bit, and then bring it down onto the TE. The TE is cradling the top of the first stage, and what they do is they bolt. What holds the first stage is a little cradle at the interstage, which is down there a little ways, probably about, 7 meters that way. About 23 feet down that way. They attach the first stage to the launch mount, right? And then they set the first stage down on the TE, and that gets the first stage aligned, right? And then from there, there's a cradle on the back of these clamp arms right here that cradles the second stage. If you notice, it's on some struts right there. That's because this cradle can actually move up like this relative to the transporter erector. It can move up because when you bring the second stage down, you have to put the second stage nozzle in the first stage interstage. So you kind of have to angle it down and then move it back. So if you notice, there's some like drawbar struts right there on either side, because the entire clamp arm cradle mechanism can actually angle up. Now, keep in mind, this is when the rocket is horizontal, right? But basically, the clamp arms and the cradling mechanisms on the TE are basically the jig to assemble the rocket straight. Yeah, that's important. That's important. Yeah, the rocket needs to be straight. If it's like bent, it's not going to fly very well. So that's why that's transporter erector. That's why it's called that. So they build it on it, right? Or assemble the vehicle on the TE, and then the TE rolls to the pad and then turns upright. Now, when it's turning upright, you want to really make sure that the second stage is clamped, right? Because you don't want it moving around when you're moving it vertically, right? That's why those arms are there. Now, the arms serve a tertiary purpose here as well, to make sure that this thing stays pointed straight up. Rockets aren't very structurally sound when there's no fuel in the tanks, believe it or not. The reason why is because in order for fuel to be in the tanks need to be pressurized. If they're not pressurized, no fuel. You can't put fuel in the tanks without them pressurizing. Well, you could. I wouldn't. But I don't know. I'm just a Kerbal player. What do I know? I'd like to think as a Kerbal player, though, I do know about explosions. Pretty good. Anyway, helicopter. So the clamp arms are holding the rocket upright right now. They're making sure the rocket is pointed straight up. That's what I meant when I was saying a little bit earlier about how the rocket, whatever direction it's pointed in is the direction it's going to go. If it's not pointed upright, it's not going to go up. The only explosions we want are the ones coming out of the engines. Yes. So those clamp arms are very, very important to holding this thing straight up until they fill it with fuel. Once they fill Falcon 9 with fuel, the clamp arms will retract, because Falcon 9 will be strong enough to stand up straight on its own. Once again, that's the other reason why they call that structure next to the vehicle, they call it a strong back, because it's holding the rocket up straight right now until the rocket is fueled. Only when the rocket is fueled can it stand upright on its own. And I know what people are saying. Well, what, whoa, wait a minute. You can't stand up unless it's fueled? Yep, that's right. Why not just build a heavier rocket? Heavier rockets really are, harder to do that. Harder to do that. SpaceX is building a rocket that can stand up by itself unfueled. Yeah, it's tough. They're building Starship, and it's a tough problem to solve, right? Falcon 9 is much more garden variety, believe it or not, for rockets. Hey, Fangloriously, 83-month resub. Can you point out where on Google Maps this is located? I want to see if this is trackable on flight radar. Oh, hell yeah, brother. So yeah, those clamp arms not opening is really not problematic. (28 degrees, 36 minutes, 29 seconds north. 80 degrees, 36 minutes, 13 seconds west. That's 39A. You're probably not going to see it on flight radar. I don't think Falcon 9 has an ADS-B transponder, but never know.
In some way in sending them off on their mission.
Let's talk a little bit
South
about
American.
your missions
Oy,
from the
¿cómo vas
past. In
esta?
2019, Jessica Meir and Christina Cook made history with the first
Hey.
all-women spacewalk, the 221st for Space Station
No,
Assembly.
Baron, I haven't.
2 years later, Jessica served as the astronaut support person for Crew-10, helping the team all the
Number
way to the
38.
launch tower. There she is, number 38.
I just
More
said
recently, she was over at Launch Pad 39B, where she rehearsed with the Artemis II crew, once again in the role of astronaut support person. But this time, that crew was practicing for their mission around the moon. Looks like you were having a good time, though.
Absolutely. It's one of the best things about our job is serving in all these different
Yeah,
capacities
right, the pumpkin suit.
with our buddies along the way, and knowing that we're playing a role
So,
and helping them prepare for their mission.
I was telling you guys about how they build the rocket horizontally. That's what that building is for. It has a very, very creative name to it. It's very creative and took a lot of time to think up. You know what that building is called? Horizontal Integration Facility. Yeah, or the HIF. Do you know what they do in there? they horizontally integrate the rockets. I told you they built it on its side. Engineers are not really good at coming up with creative names for things. Except Falcon. Falcon is named after the Millennium Falcon, if you didn't know. But an engineer didn't name it.
PM Eastern Time.
Got you there. It's a fancy shed. Shh, shh, shh. It's a horizontal integration facility. They're minerals, Marie. You got more rocks in the mail, Hank. They're minerals, Marie.
It'll be in
Hey,
twilight.
Naslik, what's going on?
As we know around here, for people who watch rocket launches, once that thing gets off the pad, it'll be a little dark on the ground, but very light up high, where the rocket will be doing its
That's right,
separation
of
from the
course.
first stage.
And the 9 is the number of engines.
Rocket exhaust being illuminated by the sun.
It will definitely be a gorgeous view. Very special lighting.
Now, who knows what dragon is named after? Don't Google it. Who knows what dragon is named after? You guys got it. Puff the Magic Dragon. Because a commercial capsule was like a figment of someone's imagination. Yeah, it's named after Puff the Magic Dragon. That's the namesake for dragon. Yep.
All right, let's check in with our team at SpaceX, who will be providing us commentary, along with our NASA
Trey, probably.
commentator. How are you guys doing this afternoon?
Jesse! Live.
Hey, Daryl. I'm Jesse Anderson, a senior production and engineering manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications. We're excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne as we count down to liftoff of Crew-10 just over an hour from now.
Alex, you did.
Of course, Crew-10 is our 10th operational mission with SpaceX, flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station. Crew-10 will have 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut. And the multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies, with NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos all represented on board.
Today's crew will fly aboard the Dragon spacecraft named Endurance, which previously flew the Crew-3, Crew-5, and Crew-7 missions. Overall, this...
Why does she look so mad? Schneider? We'll chalk that one up to German heritage.
NASA's commercial crew program missions and private astronaut missions with Axiom Space.
And over the last 3+ hours, Crew-10 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission to the International Space Station. So let's go ahead and take a moment to introduce you to the crew flying today. In the commander seat is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's making her 2nd trip to low Earth orbit. The Spokane, Washington native and U.S. Army colonel was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013 and has spent a total of 204 days in space, completing 2 spacewalks totaling 13 hours and 8 minutes outside of the orbiting laboratory. Next to McClain...
I'm about 30 seconds behind. Oh, prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding.
Air Force Academy and is in Colorado Springs and is a major in the U.S. Air Force. This is the first space flight for Ayers. Serving as a mission specialist is JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. Today's flight will mark Onishi's 2nd trip to the space station, and he was selected as an astronaut by JAXA in 2009, logging 113 days in space previously. Now to round it all out is Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, also serving as a mission specialist. Peskov was selected as a cosmonaut.
No, pass this part. In fact, never play this part again.
In 2018, and will be making his first space flight today as well. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-10 will briefly become members of Expedition 72 and then Expedition 73 in April.
It's pretty sweet.
During their mission, they will conduct space station maintenance along with scientific research to understand material flammability, contributing to future spacecraft design and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test a backup lunar navigation solution.
Stop looking at the Mr. Coffee.
Now, to date, SpaceX
has flown
56 crew members to space since the Demo 2 mission in May of 2020, almost 5 years ago. Now, coming up here at T-minus 45 minutes, we'll be listening for the team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. It continues to be a smooth countdown so far, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 7:48 p.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida. Now here on the ground, the teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control just behind us to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire mission. That's from liftoff to Crew-10's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when the astronauts return back home. And on console or headset in mission control, which you can see there on your screen, there are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge in the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. Now, the person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, which you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Now, apart from mission control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X. And with less than a minute, with just over an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and
I read the clock wrong, too.
And NASA has its very own team members as well at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. After launch today, Dragon is scheduled to dock to the International Space Station early tomorrow morning on March 13th. And the teams in Mission Control Houston recently gave their go for launch, confirming the space station is ready to receive Dragon and the new crew. Following liftoff, today's flight to the space station will take around 11 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. Now, docking again is targeted for 3 a.m. Pacific, 6 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, March 13th. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
And before all of that happens, as the booster returns to the launch site and slows down from supersonic speeds, people in the immediate area may hear a brief double clap of a thunder-like sound known as a sonic boom.
Similar sonic booms like this were heard during the return and landing of the space shuttle, and sonic booms like these are one of the hallmarks of reusable systems like Falcon.
Here's what some of these booster returns have looked and sounded like on previous missions.
Show the sonic boom video. This is my favorite.
I know a lot of people will be excited when they hear the sonic boom.
Sick.
And these are going to provide quite a show because you're going to hear the sonic booms.
I love this video.
That sonic boom is great for us.
That thunderclap broke the sound barrier.
Oh, that's so cool. It does, Matt, right? Investors, possibly you. Dick.
We're now at T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, and counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with NASA's Leah Cheshire at Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston. Leah?
We appreciate the good thoughts, Nate.
Thanks, Jesse and Anna. I would really love to hear one of those sonic booms in Florida, but today we are here at the Mission Control Center at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is really NASA's hub of human spaceflight, and the team here is ready for launch.
Light ops.
The International Space Station is ready for the crew to lift
off.
No,
that guy's got pizza.
Their journey to the orbiting laboratory.
Did you bring enough for everybody?
Now, in the home stretch of the rendezvous, NASA
that's
and
Domino's.
SpaceX flight controllers will enter into integrated operations. This means both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Endurance's docking to the space station. Rotation missions like Crew-10 help NASA continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the moon and crewed missions deeper into the solar system. Yes, I am talking about Mars. Now, here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew-10 will have to look forward to during their stay aboard the International Space Station.
You know, all the NASA PAOs have been awfully vocal about Mars this entire cast. Have you guys noticed that? That's A little curious.
Falcon 9 rocket.
I'm just enjoying the way towards the launch. Of course, I'm looking forward for the day of launch.
And we are going to stay there about a half a year.
So the first goal of Crew-10 is to continue learning about the Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket that we're going to be flying on to enable SpaceX to continue their development of rockets and even private astronaut missions in the future. The other mission is to get us safely to the International Space Station so that we can crew this incredible national orbiting laboratory that we have and continue the science experiments that we have ongoing there.
One of the unique characteristics of the International Space Station is microgravity.
We get to learn how humans and plants and other types of hardware react in the space environment and the microgravity environment.
And it helps us to develop all kinds of new materials, medicines, and it helps us to push our knowledge forward.
The discoveries that we make on board the International Space Station then inform what we do on Earth, and it allows us to further both humankind here on Earth and get to further places in the universe. So I've often...
Pepperoni, go. Extra cheese, go. Onions, go. Anchovies, no go. Roger, no go on the anchovies.
They naturally want to explore their environment, first as babies, and then as kids, and finally as adults.
I don't know,
that's how we
I noticed it.
expand our world, and that's how we find something new.
Every time that we make a further step, we learn something and we learn how to adapt, and that is so important to humanity.
This is probably the main things which drives us forward and helps us to survive as a species.
There are so many unknowns in space, and as explorers and as humans, we want to find out what's in that unknown. For me, it's the fact that I get to be a small piece of figuring out what the unknown is and taking that next step to get to the moon and to Mars and the Artemis program.
Our ultimate goal is to go to Mars, but it's not an easy journey, and when we face a new challenge, we must solve it step by step.
I think that's one of the biggest benefits of the International Space Station. We're outside of the atmosphere, and now we don't have the protection of the atmosphere. What happens, and how do we better prepare our people, our hardware, our food, our water systems for that deep space exploration? It's really important on the space station that we learn those lessons now when we're in low Earth orbit. That way we know what we need to bring with us when we go onto the moon with the Artemis program.
One of the things that we do on the International Space Station is work with our international partners all across the world.
I think it's hard to overestimate the value of international cooperation in space exploration because we all know that it takes much time and effort.
Space is hard, it's very challenging, it's sometimes unpredictable, and that's why I think cooperation is the key to success.
The International Space Station wouldn't be international without all of our partners.
And our goal is to be a beacon of hope for all of humankind so that people can look and say, this is what we can accomplish when we work together.
I asked Anne what she's most looking forward to, as well as Nicole, and she says
so cool,
it's really satisfying for her to work on hardware with her hands, then get it into the Japanese airlock, and then go see it working outside in space, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, that is one of the perks for sure. All the different things that we're doing every day, whether or not you're just being an operator or a subject for an experiment, loading up the Japanese airlock. That was one thing that we did several times during my mission where we were deploying some small satellites via that airlock. So we did all the work of configuring them and putting them through, and then we watched them shoot out and be in orbit around Earth. So really cool.
That's pretty cool. That's neat. And Nicole said that she's looking forward to anything that has to do with fluid dynamics because that's what she got her master's in. So looking forward to that. We got some social questions for you. You've been doing a great job for the past 4 hours answering them. Let's take a listen at this question, or rather I will read it and you can listen as we get your expertise.
Let me listen
while
to
looking
this question.
At a beautiful shot outside at Launch Complex 39A. The question from Oxidized 93 is, how do you brush your teeth in space?
Well, the short answer is just like you do on Earth, but a few nuances. You know, water behaves so differently when it's not falling down, so the surface tension is much more important. It keeps those water droplets together, so you can just get a small water droplet on your toothbrush, either before or after your toothpaste. Brush your teeth just like you do on Earth.
I haven't heard anything yet,
And then
Cirque.
no sink, unfortunately, so you got to figure out what to do with anything else that's in there. Some people might swallow it. I usually would spit mine out into a small wipe or a towel, and we have go through a few towels per week.
I favor the
Skylab had a sink. I'm just saying. And a shower. Just saying.
Peter Stefronic asks, do astronauts get any music played in the capsule before launch. Hold music.
Yeah, in the Soyuz we did for sure. While we had a long wait period, we had actually curated our own lists. We each contributed a few songs. So
4.100.
Oh.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
We are continuing to track the hydraulics issue and will provide an update as we get closer to LES arm. However, at this time, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
6.6, Louiso.
SpaceX Dragon, copy. 4.100, Section 5 in work.
Okay, good news.
All right, you heard SpaceX
What about
update
3C
the crew
cells?
there that
What, you don't know how to use
they are
those?
still working on the hydraulic issue for the clamp arm, building their flight rationale. They'll have an update for them. We'll find
Dean,
out
don't you dare.
how they're going to proceed forward. But in the meantime,
don't you
they're
dare.
moving with the next milestone, getting ready to arm the launch escape system. Let's get out now to Megan Cruz, who is with a special guest.
I would also like to point out how many freaking tall buildings there are out on the Cape nowadays and how awesome that actually is. There's a bunch of buildings out there. It's really cool. Better than seeing the launch pads abandoned. That's for sure.
Building that really gives an incredible view of the launch pad just to the left of me. But yeah, let's introduce you to somebody that we have with us today. You know, there are people across Florida as well as Texas, California, all working the launch.
Should build
and
another
one of those
one,
folks
Amanda.
is Mike
Just saying.
Ravenscroft. He's with NASA's Commercial Crew program, and he just stepped off console a few minutes ago to be able to chat with us. It's really great to have you here, Mike.
Hello, Megan. I'm glad to be here. Thanks. Appreciate everything.
Crew is go for launch.
Okay.
All right, Mike, I know.
Copy. Crew is go.
Mike, it says crew is go for launch. You know, why don't you talk to us about the issue with the clamp arms that we've been tracking? I think we just heard the decision about that issue with the clamp arms.
Yeah, so the team's been really hard at it. The SpaceX and NASA team's working hard on a ground hydraulics issue on the vehicle release system. So they've been actively working this. I think we just heard them talk to the crew and give them a heads up of the issue, and they're still actively working that. This is a concern basically of just how the vehicle is held in place and during release when the vehicle is at liftoff. So teams are actively working that, and hopefully we get resolution soon and can continue on with countdown.
And Mike, you know, we just said that you stepped off console. What does that mean to be on console? And yeah, what is your team listening for, especially particularly with this issue that is currently being worked?
Yeah, so the team's looking for any issues with respect of how the performance is. They compare it to previous history. Was there anything abnormal from when we had static fire to today? And so they're off actively looking at that data, and between SpaceX and NASA teams discussing if we have a path forward and if we can continue and get resolution.
Okay. Well, Mike, why don't we let you get back on console? We know that, again, we are actively working an issue with your teammates there, so we really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
So 2018, you're saying, is this the same as the rocket that launched the other day? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. Not because I don't know what rocket is launching, but because I don't know what rocket launched the other day. Dude, nowadays, rockets launch every 2 days, on average. Every 2 days. So what rocket launch did you see? What rocket launch what did it look like? Was it big and silver? If it was big and silver, no, this is a different rocket. Completely different rocket. Same company, though. Yeah, Starlab, Edmana. I think it's a good idea. It was the one that failed. So that was Starship. Same company. Oh, hold up.
Reduces launch costs, helps increase launch frequency, and enables...
Same company, but so Starship is their next generation rocket. So that's the new test prototype, okay? This rocket that you see here is called Falcon 9. Falcon 9, it famously was the first landable first stage. Propulsive landing first stage. I saw that mission live. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, that's it. Actually, I don't think that's Falcon Heavy test flight, but doesn't matter. So Falcon 9 was notorious because it lands, right? Which this one will do. The first stage, once it's done pushing the crew and the second stage up there, it'll turn around, come back, and land. Kirill is still sleeping, by the way. This rocket is SpaceX's workhorse rocket. So think about, like, if we're going to attribute it to, like, old cars. Falcon 9 is your Model T. It's a workhorse. Fantastic vehicle. Starship is the Model A. That's the new hotness. So, yeah, the one that exploded, Starship, yeah, it's a prototype. They have some problems to button up with that design. But yeah, this is not the same rocket. Completely different. Same company though.
At the International Space Station. The space station also plays a key role in enabling a robust economy in low Earth orbit. In addition to supporting private astronaut missions, the station is open for commercial and marketing activities proposed by industry and is supporting commercial companies conducting research as well as in-space manufacturing initiatives and aiding the development of technologies for commercial space stations.
Dude,
as part of the...
If you want to learn about space, I can tell you what every single module is in this picture. Okay? Don't ask me to. They already the shot's gone. No, it was a picture of the USOS side of the ISS with a Dragon docked to the Zenith port. Yeah, PMA3 Zenith port with IDA-3 on top of it.
3-day journey around Earth, and there you could see some of the footage from that mission on your screen.
I'll teach you.
It was the first all-civilian mission to space, and missions like Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, and the upcoming From 2.
So you guys see that dude right there? That's the guy that's up for running for NASA administrator. That dude that's in space. The dude that you're about to see pop out of the Dragon capsule. That guy.
The highest Earth orbit ever flown since the Apollo program.
That's so
participated
badass,
in
man.
the first
This
ever
dude.
extravehicular activity, or EVA, from Dragon, wearing SpaceX-developed EVA suits, and conducted 36
That
research
guy.
studies and experiments designed to advance both human health on Earth and during long-duration spaceflight. All of these missions are helping set the stage for future missions to the Moon, Mars, and beyond.
And for nearly 25 years, NASA has supported a continuous presence in low Earth orbit aboard the International Space Station. And just yesterday, the space station surpassed over 150,000 total orbits of the Earth. Now, NASA plans to transition to a new model featuring commercial space stations to ensure a sustained access to low Earth orbit for microgravity research. Our commercial low Earth orbit development program is using a two-phase approach to first support the design and development of commercial space stations, and second, enable the agency to purchase services as one of many customers. Definitely exciting times ahead in the world of commercial space.
Absolutely, very exciting. Now, back to today's mission. We are coming up on T-minus 50 minutes here to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through the pre-flight process. Now, a lot of preparations have brought us to this point, including a dry dress rehearsal and static fire on Sunday. A dry dress rehearsal is a practice run before launch where all of the steps are conducted except for
Wait a minute. All right. Check this out. So that's 36. There's the lighthouse. That's the Delta integration facility. This helicopter shot's going to keep turning. And if it keeps turning over here, you should see Slick 40. Slick 40 is SpaceX's other pad at the Cape. There should be another Falcon 9 on it.
Propellants, which is why we call it dry.
There's
The
Slick 36,
integrated
Slick
spacecraft
37.
and rocket are rolled out to the pad
Right
and raised
there.
vertically.
Oh, sick. That's so cool. Yes. That's the Starlink 1221 mission. That's launching later tonight. No joke.
And the crew and all of the support teams go through their steps exactly
Twins,
how they would
Basil,
on launch day to make sure
twins.
that they're ready when we do go for launch. However, during a static fire test, which
pretty
we
good
also
timeline,
did
man.
earlier this week, the crew is not present.
Hey, Ein.
Now, propellants are loaded, and the engines on the booster.
right,
The
fast
Dragon
forward.
launch team as well.
Ein, what was your reset message? 54 months. General Motors 54-degree V6 engine produced from 94 to 2014 is a family of V6 engines with a 54-degree configuration. It includes versions with different displacements and features serving various GM vehicles like the Chevy Camaro and the Pontiac G6. That was your resub message.
The crew arm.
Why are you linking crappy Chevy engines in here, dude?
Once the launch director gives the go-ahead, we should get a
also
good view
Pontiac.
of the access arm moving away from the spacecraft. Now we're still tracking that one issue with the hydraulics, so we should hear the final decision on that before we get to that crew access arm stowage. And the range continues to be go for launch, currently monitoring the clearance area surrounding our
engines
launch
are
pad,
beautiful?
as well as
All right,
the air
that's
and
fine.
sea space along the flight corridor.
What
And
about
the
the
weather is
Gallo 12?
also looking good so far. Weather is trending in the right direction, and we're currently at a less than 5% chance of violation at our target lift-on time, which is great. Our teams will continue to keep
really
an
beautiful
eye
day
on the
out,
weather,
okay.
and we'll have our final
want the 24?
pre-fueling weather briefing at about T-minus 45
All right.
minutes, which is just in about 3 minutes from now.
And there on your screen, you can see a live view of Falcon 9 and Dragon at the launch pad, launch complex.
It's crazy that this chat is better moderated than the NASA one. Yeah, Acid, I run a tight ship, dude. I run a tight ship. With that being said, like, don't go too crazy on us, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's fun to have fun, right? But don't get too nutty. But yeah, we definitely, the NASA chat is like, lose brain cells.
For weather, it would be on
It's
the
not
abort
great.
corridor, but again, that
It's
looks pretty good at this moment.
That's not great.
Again, our teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control to monitor Dragon, not just today, but through the entire mission from liftoff to Crew-10's arrival at the space station and all the way through
there you go,
splashdown
Lava.
when
Awesome.
the astronauts return.
Oh, God. Dean, shut up.
Coming up
Shut
in
up.
about 2 minutes,
Shut
we
up.
should hear that launch director briefing around the T-minus 45-minute mark. And then after that, we should hopefully have a decision on the hydraulic system, whether we are
Thanks for covering
go
the
or
launch.
not,
Keep
and
up
if
the good
that's been
work.
resolved.
What's
And
the
then
booster
after that,
history?
we will see that crew access arm stowed.
Dude, this booster is just a baby. It's its second flight. 1090. 85-day turnaround. Its second flight doing an RTLS. The Dragon flying today, and I'm really happy to report this one. The Dragon flying today is C210 Endurance on its fourth flight. Reused capsule, reused first stage. Pretty cool.
But the vehicle is healthy, the crew is healthy. They're currently strapped into their seats inside of Dragon on top of Falcon 9 as we speak right now, patiently waiting for an update.
Yep. And once Crew-10 does get to the International Space Station, they will, of course, have a brief handover period with Crew-9. And
I've
then
offered to moderate
after that
the chat. They said
handover,
no.
once weather looks good for a splashdown,
Well, they didn't say no, they
Crew-9
didn't
will
say
return
anything.
home shortly, bringing the end to their mission. So it's a busy time as we complete these crew rotation transitions at the International Space Station. Now at just under T-minus 46
CW,
minutes,
yep.
so we should be coming up on that launch director briefing here shortly. Continuing to see a live look at the launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You can see the clear skies all around.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1.
Launch director.
LD Dragon, go ahead.
Hey, for awareness, team needs a couple more minutes here, wrapping up this hydraulics issue. We'll get back to you in about another 4 minutes or so on the answer.
It is, Logan, yes. Slightly.
Sudden copy, thanks.
All right.
And a quick update there. Sounds like around the T-minus 41 minute mark, we'll get an update on that hydraulic issue that the teams have been working.
You're a little behind again? Oh. All right. Prepare to fast forward.
These views are,
Preparing to fast forward.
Great.
Fast
like
forwarding.
Daryl said, we might have a nice twilight launch over there in Florida. So if anybody is in Florida and able to go outside during T0 for liftoff, you might get a really cool view of the launch tonight.
So, guys, it's time to commit to a decision. They got to commit to a decision on these hydraulics, right? Because you're starting to get into Falcon 9 fueling operations here and launch escape system arm. This is stuff that really need... Those are points in the timeline you got to get right. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again.
And again, that hydraulics issue that's been mentioned several times here now, the only issue being tracks. It's related to the hydraulics on a clamp arm, and those clamp arms are located on the transporter erector around the second stage of Falcon 9.
SpaceX LD on countdown 1. At this time, we are standing down from today to further address hydraulic release data.
Man!
And launch control is going to pause.
Who said scrub in my chat? Who said it? You jinxed us! You...
Hey, SpaceX Dragon, we copy all. Space flight is tough. Humans are tougher. We'll be ready when the equipment is.
You freaking freaks, you ruined...
Yeah, sorry about the unfortunate result today, but we'll get you back up here in the air soon. They
gotta work, guys. This is what I mean about... Okay, all right. serious note, they got to work. You can't not have those not working, and you have to be sure. The hydraulic clamp arms release the vehicle from the strongback. You're not getting very far if those don't open. So, yeah, unfortunately, standing down today.
And work.
They are standing down. The clamp arm hydraulics are giving them some issues. But, see, guys, this doesn't necessarily mean that they're broken either. What this does mean is that they're not sure, okay? That is the most important thing to understand. You don't know if it's broken. You don't know if it's working. And you're not sending somebody out there to go and check. You can't get at those things when the rocket's vertical, okay? The only way you can get at those clamp arms is if they take the TE and put it down, right? And, well, let's be real. You're not doing that with people on board. So this is one of those things where you have to be absolutely sure. And if you're not sure, it's better to stand down. Just launch tomorrow. It's not a big deal. One day isn't going to make that big of a difference.
Crew-10.
Yeah, and there's several other attempts this week.
Scrubs,
we'll see
not
where
ruds.
we end up, but there's another opportunity about 24 hours from now that they could potentially take if that issue is addressed. So from here, the crew and the team will have to begin egress steps to get the crew out of Dragon and off the launch pad and back to their quarantine facility in Florida, where they'll just get a little bit more time with their families.
Yeah, and the good part is we have not started loading propellants, so we don't need to offload any propellants. The vehicle is
Dragon
safe.
SpaceX will be in Section 3 of 5.100. We'll be there. I expect that you should be standing by in Step 3.2.
They're going backwards in the checklist. So what they're going to do now, instead of going forward in the flight checklist, they're going to go backwards, and they're going to basically do the checklist in reverse to get out of the vehicle. It's called egress operations. Just do the checklist backwards.
Decimal 3, we'll report when we step into those ops.
And just some comms between the core and Crew-10. They are preparing for egress. You are going to hear some procedures being called out as they work through that egress procedure. And like we were saying, the crew is safe. The vehicle is safe. It was a ground-side issue that they've been working, that the teams have been working. And so what we'll see coming up is the seats will rotate. We did have the closeout team already leave the pad. They're going to come back and help the crew egress the Dragon vehicle.
And there on your screen, you can see a live look at the crew and Dragon Endurance.
Breaking news. Crew-10 is stranded on the pad. You guys are cooked. You guys are cooked. You're cooked hard, like medium rare.
8 p.m. Eastern earlier today. They then completed all
They're
of
not.
the suit
They're
leak
fine.
checks.
They're fine. Just gotta
Closed
open
off.
the
And
door.
for crew awareness, proceeding into scrub side safing, expect some venting from the vehicle ACS system.
Dragon copies.
Yeah, the hydraulics weren't cooperating on the pad today. A 24-hour scrub, Squall. 24 horas.
And continuing
Mañana.
to hear that comm between the crew operations research engineer from SpaceX and Crew-10
Yeah,
aboard
1,000,
the
yeah,
Dragon
exactly.
Endurance. With that, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to Daryl at NASA's Kennedy Space Center for some additional information.
All right, thank you very much, Jessica and Anna, back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Unfortunately, we're not going today, Jessica. There was an issue with the hydraulic system on the ground side out at Launch Complex 39A.
Good luck to Crew-10.
This was an issue that involved one of the clamp arms on the transporter Rector. This is a ground issue. Everything was fine with the rocket and the spacecraft itself.
Happens to the best of us.
This was an issue that SpaceX first made the crew aware of at T-minus 4 hours. They were working it, gathering data, but continuing with the countdown in hopes that they were able to have enough data to resolve the issue or get comfortable with some flight rationale. They were unable to get to that point, but I was listening in on the nets, and They were definitely working this issue as thoroughly as you would expect from the teams at SpaceX and NASA, talking about all the information, previous launches, taking into factors data from even the test fire.
What's up, Joe? How you doing,
But
man?
in the end, they were unable to get to that point where they were comfortable launching. So we stand down for today, and we look for another opportunity, though at this point,
It's
we
these
know
things.
that there are two opportunities coming
those
up
two right there, they're
on
locked. They're
Thursday
not opening.
and Friday, but it has yet to be seen whether or not the teams will take that opportunity. They first must resolve the issue or get enough data in order to understand it. And then at that point,
the worst, right?
they can proceed with an opportunity.
Yeah.
But just to make the audience aware of the opportunities that remain, on Thursday, we have a launch opportunity at 7:26 p.m. Eastern
Tessa.
Time.
Stop.
7:26 p.m. Eastern Time, there is another launch opportunity for a
Might be
24-hour
that, Mike. You're
turnaround.
not gonna know
And then
until
on
you check.
Friday, as you know, Jessica, we move generally about 20 or so minutes back each day in order to rendezvous with the International Space Station. We have a launch opportunity on
rotation.
Friday as well at 7:03 p.m.
Yeah, but Joe, interestingly
Eastern Time.
enough.
As you can see on your screen,
this is space.
the
I'm in space.
Crew-10
Help, I'm stuck in the dryer.
is getting ready to egress the spacecraft Endurance.
It's not the age, it's the
This
mileage,
is where they
Tessa.
will go ahead and get out of the spacecraft. They're in fact talking about that now as they are motioning.
Crew-9's
which
not
crew
coming
members
down
will
on
be
Friday.
going through.
That's for sure.
From here, as you heard mentioned by the commentators in Hawthorne, they will make their way down the launch tower into their vehicles, which are waiting them, along with the closeout crew, which will help them go back to astronaut crew quarters. For astronauts, though, Jessica, this is certainly something that is really part of the business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Happens.
Absolutely. We talked about it earlier, and flexibility is really the key to everything that we do as astronauts. We know that the plan is always changing, and launch scrubs are definitely a reality that we have seen happen over and over again here on the Space Coast. Way back in the shuttle era, of course, happen frequently too, given maybe a technical issue.
Where are their quarters? The astronauts are in the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. I can show you. So they're right here at pad 39A. They're going to go back down the crawlerway, past the VAB, Launch Control Center, OSB2, OSB1. They're going to go on Kennedy Parkway. They're going to go down here, all the way down here, over here, and then over here. Which one is ONC? This one. That's the operations and checkout building right there. ONC is where the Orion capsules are made, believe it or not. And also the astronaut quarters is there as well. This thing over here is the SSPF. SLS engine sections are assembled in that building. Yep. This is Kennedy Space Center's industrial site, KSC ID. I don't think anybody calls it that ever. That's the industrial site. Launch site is up here. But yeah, they got a little ways to go. Great looking wet dress, or just, no, this was a dry dress, right? Yeah, that's what it was.
Seems like everything's going too smoothly. I think we
What is the
mentioned
rocket
that
from
this morning
Vandenberg
as well,
going up
and
last
maybe
night?
we shouldn't have said that out loud because sure enough, there's always something that you don't expect. So I'm sure Anne's reminding her crew right now, hey, be humble. We know that today
SpaceX
we weren't
Punch
ready to
Silver
launch.
launched yesterday.
The answer is that we will launch when we know we're ready and safe. And that's, of course, the only solution when you're launching humans into
GSE pad hydraulics bandit weren't cooperating. The clamp arms on the Strongback, believe it or not. That's the first time I've ever heard of those things being a problem. It's those arms right there. But yeah, interesting.
They're doing okay and certainly understand.
SpaceX probably did it out of abundance of caution. If this was a Starlink mission, it probably would have flown. But when you got 4 souls on board, you don't screw around. And that's fair. That's a very, very, very good way to do that.
Preparing to go.
I don't remember
That's
this
right.
happening
Another-
in recent memory, Mark, but A lot of the times Falcon 9 scrubs, we don't necessarily hear a reason. They just get pushed back or they just get moved. So we don't know for sure. No, the clamp arms do not retract the T0. They are attached.
Listening in as SpaceX.
They open at like T-minus 3 or 4 minutes.
Procedures.
I forget off the top of my head, but it's before ground gas closeout.
Highly detailed list of procedures to.
Yeah, you don't screw around when there's people on board, guys. Just don't do that.
Of a spacecraft launch.
That's right, Jody.
Next is our crew egress. The crew has loosened up their seat belts.
For crew awareness, there will be some additional tank venting here as we get back down to nominal tank pressures.
Yuri, what was the most international mission with most astronauts from different countries? One of the crew missions, Yuri, if I'm remembering right, launched with an American, a European, a Japanese, and a Russian on board, I think. I forget which one. I'd have to go look. That's just off the top of my head. I could be wrong. If it wasn't that, it was definitely a shuttle mission.
What are some?
A shuttle mission that comes to mind, like right off the top of my head, is STS-88. I'm pretty sure that had a pretty big international crew. Why was it scrubbed? Pad hydraulics aren't working very well, Revo. So question 2, if they retracted 3 minutes prior to launch, what would the added danger be of running the count to T-minus 3 minutes into boarding if they don't retract? You don't want to waste fuel, Yarg. You don't want to waste fuel. You don't want to arm the LES. There's just no point in going that far, dude.
Make the crew a little bit more relaxed because they've already done all of their final preparation things. All of those, like all that last minute work, the last minute email, the last minute message that you wanted to send a friend, they have all of that out of the way. And hopefully that will give them a chance tomorrow to really just be able to relax and appreciate it and maybe just think a little bit more, philosophize.
So, philosophizers. So Yuri, SpaceX Crew-7 was Jasmine Mogbelli from NASA, Andreas Morgensen from the ESA, Satoshi Furukawa from Japan, and Konstantin Borisov from Russia. That's probably the most diverse nationality crew you're going to get.
In the dry dress previously, so they'd been through it at least once. But, you know, when you're not training for the real deal, it always feels a little bit different. So I think they'll be even more psychologically, mentally prepared for the next opportunity that they'll have, whether that's tomorrow or a subsequent day.
If you're just joining us, you're watching.
They said clamp arms,
coverage
Motorkid, many times,
NASA
dude.
And SpaceX
yeah, it's those things. It's that thing right there.
That was scrubbed today at 7:06 p.m. Eastern
Those need
time,
to open.
T-minus
if those don't
43
open,
minutes.
the rocket's going to have trouble going that way,
NASA
dude. You know.
SpaceX, due to an issue with the hydraulic system that controls a clamp arm that holds the rocket to the launch tower.
Did someone forget a lockout pin?
Crew-10,
it's possible.
Our crew from left to right, Kirill Peskov, Nicole Ayers, Ann McLean, and Takuya Onishi.
Second seat from the left looks too tall for that
Spending
position.
Some time chatting and talking.
So her? That's Nicole. She's an F-22 pilot, dude. I'm pretty sure it's fine. She can fit one of those. She can fit in the capsule. The capsule's spacious compared to an F-22.
Its part. I had just heard enough.
Not only that, dude, Nicole is a F-22 flight instructor. You know, if you wanted to feel just notoriously inadequate today, you know, every time one of these crew missions comes, they talk about the resume of these freaking astronauts and these people that fly these damn things. And I'm just like, you know, I made my bed today, so dick. Like, you know, the worst part is Nicole is the same age as me. I'm like, but guess what, Nicole? You might be a flight instructor, but I play video games for a living, so there.
Good to go.
Even Kirill, the guy that's sitting seat left from the camera, Peskov is younger than I am, and he's type rated on a 757 and a 767. I'm just like,
through sunset.
Dang
believe
it.
we have a sunset.
You know,
Are we there yet? No,
crap.
we're close. Almost sunset as we orbit the launch tower there.
Yeah, right.
In
right.
the foreground, a future Starship.
The commander of this mission, Anne McLean, she has 219 combat missions in OIF on a 15-month deployment in a Kiowa. Combat missions in a Kiowa. If you know, you know. Like, that's... Sane people do not do stuff like that.
And way off in the distance,
Dude,
the vehicle
like,
assembly.
okay, I feel inadequate now. Thank
no,
you.
It's good food for thought here as I
Moon,
contemplate
moon,
what I would do
moon,
in this situation
moon,
and think about
moon,
a potential
moon,
future space
moon,
flight. I think it's probably a good
moon.
idea to have some contingency plans, personal ones, right, about what's going to be different and what you're going to do over those next 24 hours or however
I think
long it
it's
will
funny.
be.
It's like
I didn't actually speak
all
to
the work
Anne about
that I do.
that. I wonder
people are
if
just
she and
like
her crew
better than me in every
had
single way,
anything in
shape, and
mind.
form. But that's
You know,
cool.
anything
It's cool to see
planned,
someone
because
doing good, right?
The way
Like,
things usually work, if you
you
have a
know.
plan, then you won't need to
Not
use
that I'm
it.
not,
But
you get
if
the
you don't
idea.
have a plan,
you know
then
what?
we may be in the case that
A Kiowa, guys. If you guys aren't familiar, Anne McLean is an OH-58 pilot. Kiowas are okay. So these things, that thing. If you notice the dude kind of hanging out on the side of the like with his like leg hanging out of the helicopter, Kiowas don't have a lot in the way of like weapons or armament. What these helicopters do or did, I don't know if they use Kiowas anymore. What these things did, and this is the kind of helicopter that Anne flew, the commander, her right there. Those things, if you notice, on top of the rotor mechanism, there's a ball. These things fly up close to enemy combatants, and they use the camera to help Apache helicopters, the big gun helicopters, find targets. They're basically a scout helicopter. That's what it does. That's what Kiowas are. So flying combat missions in this, you need to have some proverbial stones. Like that's not an easy thing to do. It's not an AWACS STX. No. It is a forward observer, if I'm remembering correctly. Forgive me, guys. I'm not military. I just know what the helicopter does. So you flying combat missions in one of those things, you got to have the right kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Really pretty exhausted. You know, they had a lot of travel, a lot of things going on.
Yeah, they're
but then
basically
suddenly
flying
they
up
had
close
delay and they were
to enemy
waiting,
combatants
then they had
and
this
like
kind of built-in
keeping that
rest
camera.
period. Kind of similar
Now,
that we're talking.
I know what people are asking. Why is the camera on top of the helicopter? It's on top so the helicopter can quite actually hide behind a hill, and the camera can look over a hill. That's the reason. So it can kind of like peek up over hills and then peek back down and peek up over hills and peek back down. That's what that thing does.
I think it was nice Anne's crew had that, and again, maybe they'll have that now.
Yeah, it can
with
like
the
peek up
scrub,
over a tree
little bit of
line or
extra
something.
time
Yeah,
together to kind of contemplate.
it's
and
an aerial
prepare for the mission.
periscope. Yeah, Jody, that's a good way to say that.
Mentioned from February to March, of course, brought about by the decision to switch capsules.
I hope so,
from
Ruan.
a
I hope
brand
so,
new
brother.
SpaceX capsule.
My mission will be
to
complete if
the
somebody that grew up
Dragon
watching the stream
Endurance,
goes to space. I'll be like, you know, I'm
reliable
good.
one with 3
I'm good,
previous
homie.
crew missions under its belt.
You know?
Crew 3, Crew 5.
I'll be fine.
Crew 7. When they made that switch, though, they needed to do
Yeah, exactly,
some more
Burbs.
data
Kiowa
analysis
pilots are
on
nuts. I mean, guys,
spacecraft.
Apaches can do that too, but the
Short order
Kiowas are designed to work
takes
with the
time
Apaches to do that. That's Army
because
aviation,
of
baby.
The amount of data that the commercial crew program has to go over in order to make sure that everything is right with the spacecraft before loading up the astronauts on it.
Yeah, it's just peeking. It's just peeking around the tree. Where the guy, it's like that
it's a
meme
nice
of that
view of
dude
the
doing
moon.
this,
You can
like,
see behind
yo, what
the
up?
launch towers
You
there
know,
as
the
well.
guy with the yellow blazer, like peeking out behind the tree. He's like, hey,
Pretty close to a full
hey,
moon.
how you doing? What's up? You know, what's up? Literally,
We've got sunset in just a few
it's
minutes.
Jones in Zonku, right? It's Jones, and it's like, hey, what are you doing over there? Didn't Meeps go into space? Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But that wasn't. I don't think he went to space because of the stream. I think he went to space because he wanted to go into space. You want some candy? I have a camera. Smile and wait for the flash.
Dragon SpaceX, just an update. The closeout team
Damn right, zombie.
waiting. They have arrived at the pad, but is waiting for a go to enter the pad to come get you out of the vehicle. But I'll give you updates as they're proceeding to the base of the tower.
The DAP. All right, bro. Yeah, hell yeah.
SpaceX Dragon copy. Thank you.
What have we become? I don't know.
You heard that update there from SpaceX to the crew.
Tell everyone it was you. Nah.
The
not
Endurance
good.
For
spacecraft.
crew right now, there's going to be some loud venting from the base of the rocket.
Yeah, well, I got here from computer building, then ended up into science and tech, particularly paleontology and geology. Hey, rocks are pretty cool, Jody. I'm not going to lie to you. My cousin's a
Of course, they have to
geologist.
wait before the closeout crew
Yeah,
can
rocks are pretty neat.
ascend the launch tower there.
That whole plate tectonics thing is, that's pretty cool. I'm quite fond of that.
You allow people to go into
that whole thing allows us to
the launch area.
live. That's pretty cool.
So these are
Who
standard
jinxed it?
precautions
Somebody was going around
that are
in this
taken
chat. Somebody's a diesel.
before the closeout crew goes
There's
in.
been a diesel in this chat, chatting up a storm this whole damn stream.
Props to our Kennedy Space Center flight operations team, though, for these beautiful images that they have been bringing us
Who's a damn
throughout
diesel?
today.
Who's a damn diesel?
Going around the launch complex.
They're not rocks, Marie. They're minerals.
We're able to see.
Why did they
20
scrub?
miles
Clamp
off
arm
the
hydraulics
distance, and
violent
we've had
aren't
some
cooperating.
pretty
The
spectacular
clamper arms right
views.
there aren't doing their thing.
All right, we're gonna
That's
send
Jesse.
out now
Jesse
to
Jesse
Humboldt,
always
California, and our
always does a good job.
commentators
The
there,
clamp
and,
arms not so
with
much.
an update on the scrub.
Problème hydraulique. Oui. They aren't clampering.
Thanks, Daryl.
Yep.
Not what we were expecting today, but the good news is that the vehicle,
Yeah, goalie, that would suck.
the crew are all healthy, and this is standard procedure, right? We heard.
Hello?
We're hearing some comms. We heard the comms that the closeout team is going to make their way back to on the crew access arm to the White Room and help the crew egress the vehicle. But they've done this before. They did this through dry dress rehearsal already when they had to go through the entire process, get into the seats, get strapped in, and then they
scripted.
unbuckled
Clamp arm
and
hydraulics.
egressed the Dragon spacecraft already. So this is just almost
Bro,
like
you
another
kidding me?
rehearsal for them. And again,
Remember when I told you I've seen the astronauts do weird things with the tablets, like play Fruit Ninja? Now they're taking pictures. They're taking selfies. See what I mean? Dude, we've seen some stuff, all right? We've even seen them play Galaga. Thought they wouldn't notice, but we did.
So I guess killing the time a little bit as they wait to egress or exit the spacecrafts and again go back to their quarantine facility where they've been for the last
I agree, Yuri.
about a week now. I think they arrived on March 7th to Florida.
Rocket ship is in port, goalie.
So
Cool.
the process is it takes a little bit. There's lots of people and moving parts involved to get the crew out of the capsule, get everything safe, and then drive back and get back to their location. Again, we'll
Cyborg,
continue to
run.
stand by and wait and see when we might be able to.
So Crave, is there when's the next attempt? Usually it's a 24-hour recycle. And that's probably what they're going to check, but they also have a 48-hour recycle window as well. Yeah, so either tomorrow or Friday.
With that issue. We'll continue to share more about those next launch opportunities once they're available. We'll,
just tag
on
me
the
if you
NASA
want to talk to
side,
me, dude.
provide
Tag ID
updates
JSA.
about the launch on
I'll
our
respond
mission
as best as I
blog
can.
on NASA.gov, as well as
Probably
on our
Prod.
social media accounts
Pad closeout crew is
on the
arrived.
commercial crew program.
And if you've been with me this whole time, first of all, thank you. But you remember how I was saying they have porta potties at the pad to take a piss before they get into the rocket? That silver building up on the left that has vapors coming out of it, and I'm not 100% sure why. Yeah, there's the porta potty. Take a leak before you get in the rocket. See, I wasn't kidding.
again, that's the
There they
same
were.
team that helped them ingress into the vehicle. It'll be the same team to help them egress.
And there you can see them making their way up.
Sorry, Connor.
And they did call the scrub right before that crew access arm normally would have swung out of the way. So we didn't have to wait for that to swing back. So it does.
Yeah, Yuri, you're saying Apollo astronauts learned geology before going to the moon. They learned geology. One of them was a geologist by trade on Apollo 17, Harrison Schmitt. He was a geologist. He was the only scientist to fly on any Apollo mission. Everybody else was test pilots. When we say we've only scratched the surface of the moon, that is quite actually correct. Harrison Schmidt dug a hole and found orange rocks. Wait for it. I can hear it in chat. It's orange. Yep. We've only scratched the surface of the moon. Sniffing for gases. That's what that guy was doing.
A little bit safer.
Making sure there's no fuel leaks on the spacecraft. If you inhale the fuel that's in the Dragon, you're not gonna be having a good day.
In that hatch for Dragon.
They scrubbed RB.
And again, Crew-10 is the 10th rotational mission for SpaceX carrying crew to the International Space Station.
No, Shogun, what's
Their
up?
crew currently inside Dragon that will egress soon is comprised of 2 NASA astronauts, so NASA astronaut Ian McLean and Nicole Ayers, as well as a JAXA astronaut, Takuya Onishi, and a Roscosmos cosmonaut, Kirill Peskov.
Pretty awesome footage.
And then
That's
once
old
we
footage,
do
though,
have
Shogun, but yeah.
a new launch date and a launch time, and we get the crew off the pad and into orbit, they will have a long duration mission at the International Space Station.
Does the orange go into the
science
square
and
hole?
research activities.
Yeah, that's right.
It's really great to see the crew in good spirits. They train for this and, spend a lot of hours working through each one of these procedures, and you could see the closeout team making their way across the crew access arm there over to the White Room. But yeah, this is all part of procedure.
Why did they have a random number on the back? It's not random, Violent. Those are numbers that indicate jobs. Think about like on a sports team, on a sports ball team, you have people with numbers on their jersey so you can tell who it is, right? In this case, when you're on pad closeout crew, everybody's dressed like a ninja. They do that because they don't want to contaminate the spacecraft. It's like a surgical environment in there, right? So everybody's dressed like a ninja. You can't tell who's who. So they have a name tag and a number. That's why they have numbers on their back, so you could tell who's who, because everybody is dressed like a ninja.
Into orbit. So again, the teams will continue discussing the hydraulics issue, continue looking at the weather for the next few days, and see when our next launch opportunity may be. You're continuing to see a live look inside the Dragon Endurance.
Why does Dragon have a spot for the side windows but no side window? That was nixed after they figured out that plasma flow between the nacelles on the vehicle, like you have your launch escape system nacelles, Ordon, right? Plasma likes to flow up in there, and it would have melted a window. So they basically plugged the window. NASA said, don't do that. And SpaceX is like, yeah, good call. You can still see the porthole there, but it's all sealed up.
Teams continuing to go down the crew access arm, safing the hatch and getting ready to open it so that they can begin the egress or exit operations for the crew and get them out one by one.
Is there a countdown anywhere? Hexus, this thing scrubbed where the crew's getting out of the capsule. They had problems with they had a GSE hydraulic issue, ground side equipment hydraulics. There are like holder arms that hold Falcon 9 upright until it's ready to go. And the holder arms, the hydraulics for them weren't working correctly. So, you kind of need those to launch the thing. So out of an abundance of caution, they said, we'll just try again tomorrow or the next day. That's the right call. You don't want to send it. Don't hashtag send it with 4 people on board. There have been previous space flight endeavors where they've done that and it didn't end well. So yeah, just wait another day. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, they can't fix those right now. Well, no. They're up on the rocket. They're holding the rocket in position. It's on the pad. If they wanted to get at it to see if it was working, they'd have to take the rocket down horizontally, and they're not going to do that with crew on board.
Team is inside of the crew access arm, inside of the White Room, and preparing to open that hatch shortly.
Liftoff time was targeting 7:48, so it would have been launching about 15 minutes from now, but yeah, that didn't happen. Now it's 23 hours and 50 minutes because there's a 20-minute 20-minute jump every time they scrub 24 hours.
Airs NASA astronaut Anne McClain and then JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi.
You can't check them unless you lower it back down. You're not going to know if they're good or not until you look at it. You can't look at it because it's up there. It's up on the vehicle. So, abundance of caution. This is not like overcautious safety. You need the clamp arms to launch the thing, and if they're not working, it won't launch. So, yeah, you probably should make sure those are good. Yeah, Blue, the crew has been in the capsule
launch
now for about 4 hours.
The launch for today was planned for 7:48 p.m. Eastern, 4:48 p.m. Pacific.
No,
and they called that scrub about 45 minutes ahead of that instantaneous launch window.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do real quick? I got a good idea. Just had a really good idea. You know what I'm going to do real quick? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pause this Crew-10 coverage here real fast. Just go over here.
Background, it would have been amazing. We'll see. Hopefully the weather, again, like we said, is going to be good for tomorrow. Michael, thank you for going out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you for the great coverage. You're welcome. Thank you for making it possible for us to bring you this coverage. Everybody in this community is so generous, and they join us, and going out to our store and picking up some of our merch just helps in every way. We can't do this without you guys. Amelia,
just put that.
I don't want no scrub, but
just put that up there, and you know, I bought one. Let's say that one thing and refuse to elaborate, and then yeah, just get back to coverage.
I'm sorry, not the access arm. The clamp arm on the transporter erector. And the countdown.
I like to party, zombie. What can I say?
Exactly what we use.
I come from
a
time on the internet where it was a little bit less tame than it is now.
Safe launch, and what's happening during
Wait,
these
I want to listen. Hold on.
NSFspaceflight.com. Scrub means more NSF streams. Yay. I agree. But
nobody took the bait. That's not fun. Whatever.
That everything is healthy and operating nominally.
It's kind of like Twitter is now. Yeah.
And as we were working through each one of those checks,
can we get a Jack plushie?
That there was an issue with the hydraulic
Why do you want a Jack
on
plushie?
The clamp arm, and teams began to work through that, trying to see if
I
we
don't
could
want
resolve
no scrubs,
it in time for the
Guys,
expected T0 today.
I can't explain how wild the internet was from like 2000 to like 2008. It was a ride. Yeah, it was a ride. The internet nowadays is not it's not like that. It ain't like that at all. It was very violent, I guess.
Going
Napster
through
forever.
Procedures as well.
It was
so again, we
wild.
Load propellants on the
wild
vehicle.
Ride.
That does make this egress a little bit easier, a little bit faster for the crew.
And that clamp arm that we keep referencing. So those
crazy,
clamp arms are
the internet now is tame
transporter
compared to
erector
this.
that
You know?
the Falcon 9 is on top
Yeah,
of, and
Blue,
they
yeah.
are located around the
Amen
second
to that.
stage of Falcon 9. There you can see them on your screen right above the lower thirds. And they stay around the second stage of the Falcon 9 until we have the strong back retract, which takes place in the final minutes of the countdown around the T-minus 4.5 minute mark.
All right.
Exactly, and the purpose of the transporter erector, the strong back, is we have the propellant lines, avionics, umbilicals attached to the vehicle.
Yeah,
it also
exactly.
provides support and brings the vehicle vertical for launch. And just about 4.5-5 minutes before T0 is when we open up those clamp arms, move the TE just a couple degrees away from the vehicle to prepare for liftoff, and then at T0, the TE moves even further away to clear the way for the vehicle
see,
as it
look
lifts
at all the
off.
stuff at the Cape nowadays.
And
right, like look at all this stuff. Look at all these freaking buildings. There's buildings everywhere. I mean, a lot of those buildings have been there for a little while, but look at There's the Spock. Smarf is still going. Slick 36 back there. Blue Origin's HIF. 37, even though that's scrap. There's the other Falcon 9. Look, Starlink 1221. It's sitting at pad 40 over there. Twins Basil. Slick 41. There's an Atlas 5 in there right now. The other crew access tower at a pad that launches a completely different rocket. That's pretty cool. What are the 4 poles? Lightning rods. They're called lightning arrestor systems, Vice. I don't think I need to tell you why lightning hitting a rocket
this is space.
is
I'm in
not
space.
a good idea. Hey, Older Buffalo, 5 subs. Thank you. Why the scrub? GSE hydraulics aren't cooperating, King. Yeah, see the lightning arrestor at 39 right there? Yeah, you don't want lightning hitting your multi-million-dollar rocket. Bad idea, especially when it's fueled. NASA tried that once in 1969. It didn't work. Well, it did work. It almost didn't work, though. Yeah, so they have lightning rods and lightning arrestor systems. The reason why there's 4 towers, those 4 towers are all wired together. So if lightning hits one, it disperses it around the lightning arrestor, and then there's wires that go from the top of the towers, all 4 towers, down to the ground. So when lightning does hit, it gets dispersed among the arrestor system and then grounds out. The reason why they do that, the reason why there's 4 is so it doesn't arc to the rocket. That can happen. It did happen in 1969 on Apollo 12. Yeah, not great. Did that. Let's call that one a pucker moment. Apollo 12 almost just blew up. Like, yeah. Lightning hit the rocket when they launched, and lightning hit the Saturn V, and then it jumped down the plume, down Saturn V's flame trail, and then grounded itself out on the tower and shorted the avionics. Well, actually, it shorted your antenna batteries, if you really want to know, like signal conditioned electronics, SCE. It shorted out like the computer on the way up. Yeah, that pucker moment. Pucker moment. Can we watch a video of that? Oh, there's videos. There's a bunch of videos around Craft Crackers. I don't know if anything is good that it won't get flagged on YouTube, dude. Why did they not build all the launch pads a bit closer together? They're so far apart. I feel like you could squeeze 1 or 2 pads in there. Well, 39A and 39B are far apart, Violent, because if the Saturn V, for whatever reason, decided to implode, the pads are far apart enough from away from each other to make sure that if a Saturn V blew up on the pad, that you would have another pad that you can know for sure was intact. If the Saturn V popped on the pad, there would be no pad. There would be nothing left. There would be a crater in the ground. That's how much energy that thing has. I mean, Starship is the same way for what it's worth. So they, that's why they spaced the pads out, because if a Saturn V, for whatever problem, had a malfunction on a pad, you would have no pad left. So they built another one just in case. That's why the pads are far apart from each other, dude. It depends on what kind of rocket the pad was built to launch. So some of the other pads are a little bit closer to each other. But 39A and 39B are like, I don't know, like 3.2 kilometers away from each other, like pad center to pad center, because the blast radius of a Saturn V exploding wouldn't creep into the other pad. Yeah, that was the whole idea. A Saturn V explosion would have been equivalent energy release to like a low-yield nuclear blast. So think like a Hiroshima going off. Yeah, you don't want, I mean, non-nuclear, right? But you don't want that going off. That's why the pads are spaced away from each other. You say that, but that's exactly why they're far apart. How could YouTube flag it when it's on there? It'll flag it as stolen content, Jody, because how content gets claimed on YouTube is the most egregiously overregulated thing you've ever seen, dude. Amazing that bunker down there could handle that. I mean, Team 48, I remember when we were talking about Flight 1, when Starship Flight 1 was going, and people were like, why don't you put a flame deflector down there? Why don't you put a flame deflector down there? Just put a flame deflector. Dude, anything you put down there, you're going to lose. Anything you put down there that's not rated to basically take a direct hit from a nuke, you're losing. Because that's the explosive energy that comes out of these dang things when they launch. Even a small thing like this. The GTA sirens got claimed. Yeah. I played BeamNG one time. I streamed it on YouTube, and the police sirens in-game got claimed. Yeah. And GTA, because people suck.
Rocket in place on the launch pad aboard the transporter erector. Those clamp arms are located around the second stage of the Falcon 9, which you can see there now on your screen.
Yeah, that's the kind of crap I have to deal with, dude.
After that,
but hey, whatever.
launch
Part
scrub
and parcel
called,
with streaming
the
on
teams
YouTube.
immediately began working
Hi, YouTube chat.
through
I see you guys over there.
to egress the crew from the spacecraft.
Hey, Leo. Welcome to Mission
pad
Control.
team
You
had
go with
already
throttle
left
up.
the pad, so
Thanks,
they had to
man.
drive back out. They have since arrived to the launch
Hey,
pad.
man,
and
I don't
they are
know, man.
up in that crew access
I don't know,
arm that you
brother.
can see on your screen that is connected to
Why
the
is there a
Dragon
gap in the
spacecraft
ramp?
at the top of the Falcon
They have
9
to-
rocket, and so they are working to safely.
The edge of the crew access arm SIG has a little bit of a gantry that you push out to get to Dragon. It's like a little bonnet almost that they put on the end so they can like seal up to the spacecraft and make a clean room environment. So that's why it looks like it has a gap, because they haven't pushed the gantry forward. There's a little mini like retractable platform that can kind of move in and out. If they show a camera inside of the CAA, I'll show you. Launch scrub was before fueling.
So
Yep.
leading up to today's launch attempt,
How far away do you think
the
a simultaneous
crew actually
launch?
ingressed or entered
How
the
far away do you
spacecraft
think a simultaneous
around
launch would be from
4:58
39A and B?
p.m. Eastern.
I don't know. Oh, there's the bonnet.
So
See it?
several hours ago now.
They're got to push that up against it, and then they'll.
There you can see.
That's what he's
the
doing
ground
right
crew
now.
team currently working on.
You can see the guys that are in charge of doing that because they got the harnesses on, because they're literally leaning out over here, and it's a 220-foot drop to the pad deck down there. There's nothing underneath them, so they're all harnessed up. They're getting the seal to go right. They got to reseal against the capsule.
Here in Mission Control at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
Yeah, it's well,
communicating with the crew, just letting.
Why are they wearing masks? Debris
Outside, just right outside.
Like, you don't want dust and stuff, Bill. Dust and skin flakes and stuff getting into the spacecraft. You try to mitigate it as much as possible. Hair, whatever. Contamination. You don't want any contamination. The reason why they're sealing up against the capsule, see it right there? The reason why they're sealing up against the capsule is because this is what's called a clean room environment. It's like surgically sterile. Because you don't, first and foremost, you don't want to get sick. You don't want to catch a cold in space, like catch a cold and then go up into space. That's a bad idea. They tried that once in 1967. Not fun. 2, you don't want foreign object debris or FOD getting inside of the spacecraft. Too much dust gets in there, it'll jam up the life support systems. Now, don't get me wrong. There's people on board, obviously. You don't want to jam them up unnecessarily, right? Hey, Will the Thrill. Thanks for that Prime sub, dude. I appreciate you. Yep. It's like a surgically sterile environment for all mankind. Yeah, Andrew, I'm not going to say it just in case anybody hasn't watched. This mission is scheduled to go to the ISS, dudes. Yeah. They're not decompressing, Jacob. They didn't really get to pressurizing the spacecraft. They didn't even get to pressurizing the fuel tanks. Fun thing, in a public space, dust is one of the biggest carriers of disease. Yep. Yeah, and man, believe me, you don't want to get a head cold up there. I'm sure you know, right? Like you don't want that to happen. Was it scrubbed? Yeah. Just Space GSE hydraulics on the clamp arms not cooperating. You're removing the door seal. Guy's sniffing for gases right there. He's making sure that there's no fuel leaks or anything on the spacecraft. Probably not. It probably is fine, but probably is fine doesn't fly. Make sure. Now they're going to take a wrench and unlock the door. Dude, you're intriguing and compelling. I'm positive. I've never said that to a dude before. Don't take that the wrong way. How long have you been doing streaming? Telling my space friends about your channel. Thanks, Will. Hell yeah, dude. How long have I been doing this? December 23rd, 2012. That's when I started streaming. I got partnered in April of 2015 and made it my job in September of 2015. So come September, I've been professionally streaming for a decade. Well, professionally. But yeah, dude, I love space. Space is my favorite. That's what I've been doing for the last 10 years, Will. I teach people about space and spaceflight, and I have some fun while we're doing it. And don't get me wrong, it's a Twitch stream, so we also play games. We play games. We play games here, sir. So, but any game that I try to play, I try to use it as a teaching tool to teach people about any different type of engineering, albeit aerospace, electrical, you know, civil. Civil is one of my favorites. I really like statics. Statics is cool. Industrial. Yeah. Kind of cover the whole spectra. Start time. Yeah, it's scrubbed, Kiss. They're getting the crew out. They just see they're opening up the door to the capsule there. But yeah, man. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, tell your friends.
We copy. We see the closeout crew. Great working with you today. Kudos to the whole team. I know it was a lot of work to try to get it to go, but like I said earlier, we'll be ready when the equipment is.
There you go. Reactions. What was your job before? So I'm a 3D artist by trade. The last job that I was doing before I made this one my full-time job was I worked in shipping logistics. That's a really nice way of saying I worked on a loading dock at a Best Buy. Shipping logistics. Yeah. Before that, I delivered pizzas. The 3D art thing didn't really pan out. It didn't really pan out. They scrubbed. GSE Hydraulics SVO are not cooperating. Yeah, have you ever played Outer Wilds? I finally picked it up, and it's so good. Not educational, just a good game. I know about it, Just Space. I've never played it. Were they good pizzas? Yeah, of course. Now I'm an online entertainer. Mark, please don't call me that. I mean, you're not wrong, but don't call me that, please. Like, electronics transportation engineer. Yep. Did you use 3ds Max? I did a little bit, Dan. I haven't used 3ds Max for a long time. I'm proficient in Maya. That's the one I remember the most because that's the one we use the most. No, I didn't. All systems. 3D art was a huge part of why your KSP streams are so successful. Don't sell it short. Yeah, that's true, Blackbird. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Lightwave? I can use any CAD system. Give me a week. I'll be proficient in whatever. It doesn't matter. CAD systems all work on the same general principle, guys. That's the secret. Unless it's like ZBrush or something. But ZBrush really isn't CAD systems. That's more of a... Yeah. It's more of like... that's more like Photoshop than less like 3D art. But that's just another story. The ISS is passing over the Space Coast right now. Wait a minute. Hold up. If it's passing over the Space Coast on a northeast trajectory, that means it's going to pass over my house. Do you guys, Oh, dude, it's outside right now. I'll be right back. It's cloudy. What are you going to do?
Once Crew-10 launches and gets to dock to the International Space Station, they'll complete that handover period with Crew-9
What are you
before
going to do?
Crew-9 makes their way back
So,
to
guys,
Earth.
the mission did scrub. They're having some trouble with the hydraulics on the pad. It's a ground side issue. It's not the rocket. Rocket is healthy. We're just watching the crew get out of the capsule here. Yeah, cardboard-aided design, RB.
These
Sure.
suits are intravehicular.
That's the best CAD
suits. They
system.
are designed for being inside of the spacecraft only.
Well, this, Blue Benji, the reason why the ISS flying over is not a coincidence, dudes. That's not a coincidence. It was, this thing was supposed to go to it. And the name of the game with orbital mechanics, long story short, is launch it when you're close to it. You want to go to Mars? Probably better to launch when you're closer to it. Actually, you want to get there when you're the closest. That's technically, that's the way to say that, but you get the idea. Has any of the NSF crew taken a picture of the ISS? Yeah, only all the time. Sig, you have no idea how many of that crew are just like textbook nerds. Like, I'm going to go look at things in my telescope nerds. Oh, Blue, you saw Falcon 9 launch when the ISS flew over out of Vandenberg. That's cool. Interesting conjunction. Aldrin cyclers, maybe? Azanku, I would like nothing better than to have like 1,000 starships fly on a cycler. Like, just that would really be cool. We should do that. Crew is getting out of the capsule
There
now.
we see a live look of Launch Complex 39A in Florida. It looks like the sun has fully
Call
set.
me a nerd because I photograph deep space objects?
And we now
Yeah. Yes, I am, nerd.
are following right behind, and it looks like those are the two mission specialists
Thank
for
you.
Crew-10.
You're welcome.
So JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov.
When did you really start doing stuff with NSF? I know you've been doing it for a while, but I've been more of a lurker lately. Just Space. I was brought into NSF in late 2023. The first commentary that I did for NSF at all was the Virgin Galactic 4 mission. So that was right around the time when I started doing stuff for NSF. Nowadays, Just Space, I've done the last 2 Starship launches for NSF, doing commentary down there and fixing NSF's crew members' vehicles. Hey, it's a win-win, man. It works. Paid gig. It's pretty good. Just saying. And you guys don't get the shaft because I can restream it here and still stream whenever I want when I'm down there. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good gig. Pretty good side hustle, dude.
Found in like normal.
Yeah, Das dubbed me the NSF mechanic, and I don't know how to deal with that. Like, I'm like, oh crap. Oh, what did I just get myself into?
Crew arm as well.
Leveling
like
cameras
they're now
too,
making their
baby.
way down the crew access arm.
Yeah,
away
Stuart,
from
we scrubbed.
the
Crew's
spacecraft
egressing
with
now.
HS
There they are. They
egressed or
don't look
exited following
happy.
That launch scrub. Again, the scrub was called.
Congrats on the
with
job
about
title.
45 minutes left in the launch count when we were targeting a 7:38
Nah, grass.
p.m.
They
Eastern liftoff.
They scrubbed out.
That scrub was due to a ground hydraulics issue with the clamp arm on the
You like how
transport.
SpaceX hires ninjas? Yeah, you got to be careful though. They'll try to take your peaches. You know what? That is a joke that not everybody's going to get. In fact, I'm pretty sure that like not a lot of people will get it. If you did get that joke, well, good for you. But no, I'm not elaborating on it. Just pretend I didn't say it.
Their way down to the base of the launch pad, where they will then get into the vehicles that brought them here several hours ago and return
Millions
to crew
of
quarters.
peaches
Once
for
they're back
me.
at crew quarters, they'll likely have some meetings with some of the SpaceX and NASA teams to talk future opportunities
How do I know if I got it?
for their launch.
Look in the mirror and ask yourself, is this good for the company?
Crew-10 members.
Billy's somebody that doesn't know what's happening. Okay, they went to launch, and part of the launch pad is not working correctly, so what you're seeing is the crew get out of the spaceship. Yeah, see how they look all bummed? The astronauts and cosmonaut are all bummed because they didn't get to go to space today. They're just like, yeah, whatever. You know, why was it canceled? Yeah, Yusuf, they had a hydraulic problem. So, guys, all right, if we're going to speak nerd for a second, the GSE hydraulics aren't working correctly, particularly on the transport erector clamp arms. Long story short, the pad is being a little stubborn tonight. It happens. This isn't like, oh my God, we're screwed. This isn't like, oh, it's so Jover. No, it happens. The next launch window, the next attempt is tomorrow. The one after that is on Friday. SpaceX would say like that. They say that, there's like 1,000 different ways that this can go wrong and only one way it can go right. Right. Like the reality of the situation is that they're not really sure if the pad is being stubborn or not. And you got to be sure. You don't want to leave anything to a gray area when you go to launch, especially if there's people on board. Don't screw around with that. That's something you don't do. You don't just send it. You know what I mean? Make sure it's right. Like, be absolutely sure. And that's why they scrubbed, because they're not sure. The reason why is the part of the pad that they're having problems with, those clamp arms that I said. The problem the pad they're having problems with is a part that you can't get at right now, because the part that is going finicky is up there. It's up there about 200 feet, and there's no way to get at it without bringing the rocket down horizontally. So just wait a day. You'll be fine. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. Works in Kerbal Space Program. That does not work in real life. That's really not a good idea. Is the mechanic title a lateral move? It's just a title, Ernock. But yeah, we'll call that a lateral move. The rocket never was fueled, Jacob. They made the decision to scrub before they entered fueling procedures, so that's good.
KSC to follow the crew the rest of the way. Again,
yeah, there you go, Squall.
It's unfortunate that we did
Chief
not
Automotive
launch today,
Engineer.
but again, always better to be safe and make sure that we launch when we're ready.
Yep, and
You guys don't have a revert in real life?
Continue to provide updates.
Oh, I'm sure in 2015, where everyone has a time machine in every corner drugstore, you have the revert button, but it's 2025. I'm afraid you're stuck here, chat. We have to launch tomorrow. Yeah, whatever.
Mission.
Dude, I got Cleater videos to watch. Look at that. Look at that fox body. That's a nice fox body, boy.
All right, thank you both, ladies, for walking us through the egress of the astronauts from their spacecraft down the launch tower and into their waiting vehicles. For those of you...
It's McGee. I get it. That's good. I like your name. That's pretty funny. No, No, the pad isn't cooperating. The weather's good. The weather's 95% good to go. So they scrubbed it because the pad hydraulics aren't jiving well. They're unhappy. It happens, dude. It happens.
Hydraulic problem with the Launchpad 39A Falcon 9 hold down clamp arm system.
Nope, that's not what that's called.
Rocket to the strong back.
They're just clamp arms, not hold down clamp arms.
And
the
so
hold down clamp arms are down here.
Made the decision
that holds the rocket to the ground. The clamp arms are on the
TE. See the crew, along with the closeout crew, our crew of 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut, leaving their rocket.
The Hodor
another
system.
Day.
When are you starting coverage tomorrow? Oprah, if they go to launch tomorrow, I mean, I'm going to be streaming here either way tomorrow, okay? But if they go to launch tomorrow, the launch window is going to be 20 minutes earlier. So I'm still, I mean, probably like 3:15. I think that would be the opportune time, which that's 3 hours and 15 minutes after my normal start time. The Clamp Connoisseur. Sounds good. See you then. Right on. Yep. The no button. All right, I felt bad about the Peaches and Ninjas comment. If you guys know a band from the 90s called Presidents of the USA, right? They have a music video from their song Peaches, millions of peaches, and halfway through the song, they get attacked by ninjas that try to take the peaches. And the ninjas in the music video look like the pad ninjas from SpaceX.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do you got to say?
Why do 9 ants get to live in an apartment for free? Because they're not tenants.
I'm leaving now. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna, No, actually, I'm probably not. Beaches come again. They were put there by a man. All right. I don't know. We still have another rocket launch on the books tonight, guys. There's Starlink 12-21, which is, believe it or not, on the pad next to this one. On a pad next to the one that just scrubbed. If they show some of the helicopter shots, here we go. Look.
Even further away to.
So this is the rocket that we were just trying to launch, Crew-10, right? And then if you look at the top left of your screen over there at pad 40, this is pad 39, that's 40. See that Falcon 9 over there? That one's scheduled to go. That's Starlink 12-21. That no people are on that flight. It's just satellites. That's scheduled to go at 10:35. So I say we play some Timberborn. We could play some Timberborn. Second. Are you going to play with your beavers? Yeah, in Timberborn. All right, so I'll switch us off of launch coverage, but hopefully that's not, Crew-10 is hopefully you get more action today. Yeah, once again, Starlink 12-21 is scheduled to go at 10:35. That's in about an hour and a half. Now, if you're watching on YouTube, this next comment is not going to make any sense, but this is a Twitch stream. We play games, so let's play some games. All right, I'm just going to get a quick... Actually, yeah, I'll just jog the YouTube VOD. I'm not going to take a break. Let's just go. I'll still jog the YouTube VOD, but yeah, we'll... Update 7, highest difficulty, Iron Teeth, playthrough.